And of course, our distinguished speakers for teachers from many countries. Professor Dr. Suyetno, Sarjana Teknik Master of Science from Universitas Tidar.
Professor Stephen Carroll, Doctor of Philosophy from State University of New York.
Professor Dr. Inhibitor Manuru from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia.
Professor Insinyur Dr. Abu Bakar bin Sulam from University Kebangsaan Malaysia.
Also, our distinguished speakers for teachers from many countries, such as
Professor Dr. Sri Switi Bagiswasa from Universitas Tidar.
Kadir Kaya, Doctor of Philosophy from Iowa State University, United States of America.
Associate Professor Dr. Chatri Vaikanta from Kasasa University, Thailand.
Associate Professor Perry, Doctor of Philosophy from Cowan University, Australia.
And Dorothy Kuhn, Doctor of Philosophy, University College London, England. Last but not least, our beloved hosts, presenters, and participants.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please allow us first to read the agenda for today.
The first agenda is opening session.
The second is listening to the national anthem of Indonesia.
The third is opening speech.
The fourth is the main session led by our moderators.
Here is closing. Ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to rise and listen to Indonesian Anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please stand up. You may be seated now.
Thank you. Well, so let's move on to the next agenda. We are going to listen to the first opening speech delivered by the head of the Research Community Services and Education Quality Assurance Institution, Universitas Tidar. Please welcome Dr. Randa Any Budi Orbawati, Magister Science.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting from Indonesia. The Honorable Professor Muharifin, Rektor Universitas Tidar. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, the participant of Tidar International Conference, and all the distinguished guests. Alhamdulillah, I would like to express my gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala that today I came here to welcome you to Tidar International Conference on Engineering and Applied Science and Tidar International Conference on Education and Social Humanity this year. This is an exciting moment as we will explore the Tidar International Conference on Engineering and Applied Science with the theme of Applied Science and Technology for Postmodern Civilization. We will listen to our outstanding keynote speakers. One, Professor Stephen Grau, PhD, from the University of New York. Two, Professor Dr. Jupiter HP Manurung from UITM Malaysia. Three, Professor Dr. Abu Bakar bin Sulong from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. For Professor Dr. Suyitno from Universitas Tidar. I'm also pleased to have one Associate Professor, Dr. Kadri Kamta from Kasasat University Thailand, two Dorothy Tirari PhD from University College London, three Kadir Tarakaya PhD from Iowa State University, four Associate Professor Ferry G. PhD from Edithcowan University, Australia. 5. Professor Dr. Tri Sruwitri from Universitas Tidar. For the Tidar Humanity with the theme Advancing Local Wisdom Toward Postmodern Civilization. On this occasion, I would like to sincerely thank the participants from Japan, Malaysia, Thailand, and from several Indonesia universities for submitting and presenting your research with the conference. We hope that it can be soon published on the IP conference proceeding and Atlantic Press as well. Also, thank you to the organizing committee from LPPMPMP of VICE for the great works in organizing this event. I do hope that the Tidar International Conference on Engineering and Applied Science and Tidar International Conference on Education and Social Humanity are able to greatly foster and empower the society through academic research. Please keep in mind that we still have various sessions afterwards, and please do enjoy the rest of the conference. To conclude, thank you for the great contribution and looking forward to seeing you in future events. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Eni, for delivering the welcoming speech.
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we are going to listen to the second opening speech delivered by Rector of Universitas Tidar. Please warm welcome to Professor Dr. Muharifin, Master of Science.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Tidar University, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you, especially for the guests or invited speaker for this Tidar International Conference 2022. Also for those all of the delegate and participant of this conference. This conference consists of two topics of the conference. First is the TIC on or TIDAR International Conference on Engineering and Applied Science, and second TIC or TIDAR International Conference on Education, Society, and Humanities. The objective of this conference is to disseminate the research result of the participant and also from the invited or guest speaker. In this conference, we invite 9 guest speaker or invited speaker. They are Professor Stephen Gauro, PhD, from the State University of New York. Professor Dr. Suyitno from TIDAR University, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Abu Bakar bin Sulong from Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia. Professor Dr. Jupiter H.P. Manurung, Director of SMRI, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. Professor Sri Suwitri from TIDAR University, Indonesia. Mr. Kadir Karakaya, PhD, from Iowa State University, USA. Associate Professor Dr. Katri Vaikamta from Kasetsat University of Thailand. Associate Professor Ferry G, PhD, from Edith Cowan University, Australia, and Dorothy Ferrari, PhD, from University College London, UK. Again, we welcome all of you of the participants of the conference in this international conference, and also for the next time or other occasion, we welcome you to come and visit TIDAR University in Magelang City. Magelang City is a very nice small city in Central Java, where Borobudur Temple is located. It is very convenient city, surrounding with so many volcanoes in Central Java. That's why for the next occasion, I hope that we will have a chance to meet physically, not online like this event. So we will be able to enjoy this harm of the city, the warmth of the community in Magelang city, and all of the beautiful tourism destination around the city. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Tidar University, I also would like to please all of you accept our sincere apologize for the inconvenience that occurred before, during, and after of the conference. I wish you a very productive conference with exciting, encouraging discussion and exchange of the knowledge. So all of us, we can anticipate of future groundbreaking of the knowledge, research, and technology for the humanities. May God bless us with good health to make this event a successful and enjoyable one. Thank you very much, especially for all of the participants and all of the organizing committee of the conference. See you in the next occasion or the next conference that will be held by the Tidar University. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Arifin, for the opening speech.
All right, so before we move to the main agenda, I would like to inform you related to the breakout room. So for the main agenda, I would like to inform to all presenters and participants to rename your Zoom into TCHAS or TTS, followed by underline name and underline institution. The attendees for TCHAS participants and presenters are invited to join the breakout room to move on to the main session of TCHAS. You will be directed into the room by the administrator. However, if not, you can move to it by yourself by clicking the link on the chat box. The master of ceremony for the breakout room will be Miss Josephine Laura Rainardia ST Nugraheni, Master of Science. Miss Laura, are you in? Miss Laura? Well, while waiting for Miss Laura, I'd like to inform to the presenters and participants of TCHAS to rename your Zoom into TCHAS underscore name, underline name and underline institution. Okay, so it will make easier for the administrator to move you into the breakout room for the main session of TTS. Once again, Miss Laura, are you in?
Yes, Mr. Bori, I'm ready.
Okay, thank you. So I will give the presenters and participants of TTS to Miss Laura for you to be the master of ceremony for the TTS conference.
And now, for attendees on TIDA International Conference on Education and Social Humanity. Well, we have come to our main agenda. That is to hear the speech from our several keynote speakers. For this first session, the first keynote speech will be delivered by Professor Dr. Sri Suwiti, Magister Science. And this session will be moderated by Bonifacius Endo Go Perdana, Master of Art. For your information, Bonifacius Endo Go Perdana is one of the better lecturers of State of Administration Study Program from Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas TIDA. Please welcome for Bapak Endo. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Check. Thank you, Ms. Sukma, for your kind introduction. Okay, there you go. So I'm sorry you guys are all behind me, but I believe you can see me clearly from the big screen in front of us here, right? Good morning, everyone. Our keynote speakers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bonifacius Endo Go Perdana. For short, you can call me Endo. And I will be moderating this keynote presentation. As we know, we have been facing enormous challenges in advancing our civilization through modern development. Today, in TIDA International Conference on Education and Social Humanity, or TCS for short 2022, we are going to examine the opportunities which are drawn from the case of Indonesia to formulate strategies in order to cultivate norms and local wisdom to strengthen collaboration with diverse cultural and political societies. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first session of keynote speakers, and the presenter is Professor Sri Suwiti, Master of Science. But first, I'd like to read a brief introduction to our TCS speakers. Professor Sri Suwiti. She is the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas TIDA. She has published important articles and books on public policy. Her most recent publications includes maternal health care policy at village level in Magelang and the implementation of digital technology for public service. She is also an advisory board member at Indonesian Association of Public Administration. Professor Witri, she is usually called, has undergraduate degree from Universitas Diponegoro, a postgraduate diploma from Universitas Brawijaya, and her PhD is obtained at Universitas Brawijaya. Now, before the presentation begins, so let me tell you how this conference will run. Firstly, the teacher speakers will present the material for about 30 minutes. And I would like to apologize that there will not be a question and answer session for this session only, because Professor Witti's presentation is recorded one. So I'm sorry for that. So now, let us see her presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam, Salam Sejahtera. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start this presentation, let me introduce myself to you. My name is Sri Switri, a professor of public administration in Diponegoro University, and nowadays become an officer as the Dean of a Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Tidar University. Today, I would like to present my presentation entitled Advancing Local Wisdom of Indonesia Civilization in Postmodern. First of all, let me convey my greeting to Rector of Tidar University and other officers, all of keynote speakers, the head of officer of Tidar International Conference on Education and Social Humanity from Tidar University, and all of TEJI's committee, all of lecturers and staff, especially for moderator, and fifth for all the participants from all of work involved. Indonesia, as an archipelago island, extending from Sabang, Aceh, Sumatra Island to Merauke, Papua, consists of more than 1,504 islands, with the broad land amount 1,913,578,68 kilometers. Geographical position among two continents named Asia and Australia, and oceans, Indian Oceans, Indonesia and Pacific Ocean, This country passed by equator with the total society's amount 275.361.267 million lives. They are classified into 37 provinces, 514 districts or cities, and more or less than 7,094 sub-districts, and 83,467 districts or villages. Indonesia consists of religion diversities, 1,128 ethnic species on data from Statistical Bureau Center, language and culture, and the last satellite saw among 18.108 islands. And so Indonesia's diversities are religion, culture, custom, language, and race or ethnics. Where does Indonesia go? Today, Indonesia shouldn't be a poverty country and not a developing country. This is necrophilia condition. Indonesia become a developed country through mental revolution characteristic into postmodern civilization. This is biophilia condition. Indonesia must be toward necrophilia, toward biophilia. Necrophilia is a condition where in a country there is a lot of slander, mutual hatred. They feel satisfied with others' difficulty and vice versa. Tension to have a conflict, easily provoked to commit anarchy. The condition of biophilia or postmodern civilization is the happiness condition of society. Low living costs, free education, free health, mutual harmony, high tolerance, mutual cooperation each other, or known as gotong royong. These are called as national tenacity or admiration. Indonesia civilization in postmodern regional tenacity or admiration, local wisdom, political culture. Successful ways towards Indonesia national tenacity or civilization in postmodern as follows. First, political culture, and second, triangle strategy. To construct Indonesia national tenacity of Indonesia civilization in postmodern, therefore it has to be started from local tenacity strengthening, and this will be more stronger if local wisdom being preserved. This condition called as political culture. This is political culture. Successful ways towards political culture consists of systems processes, and policies. Level 1, systems. If the system is strong, then the level processes are followed. And level systems consist of nationality pride, national identity, and government legitimation. Level 2, level processes and consist of community role and political right perception. And then the processes is strong, level policies are followed. And level 3 policies consist of government role and government policy priority. And the level policy strong, so Indonesia successful to be civilization modern, postmodern. Successful way second is strategic triangle. Strategic triangle is a local wisdom becomes a value that is created into government service from to the community in order it is able to grow communities' trust. This local wisdom able to operate and administrative feasibility, as well as legitimacy supported by both of legitimacy and political continuity. Strategic. Those examples are the local wisdom in Indonesia that is becoming strengthening both of political culture and strategic triangle. Garuda Pancasila. 1945 is Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia. Garuda Pancasila as a country identity with the motto called Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity, states from Article 36A. Unity is classified into as follows, the basic similarities of ideology and regulation, nationally standardization, and country's flag, language, and national anthem, and the youth pledge, etc. This is youth pledge. 1. Acknowledge one motherland, Indonesia. 2. Acknowledge to be one nation, the nation of Indonesia. 3. Uphold the language of unity, Indonesia. And content material, the content material of the legislations have to characterize an ideology, unity in diversity. Article 6, Section 1st, F letter of the legislation number 12 in 2011. Unity in diversity as God's mercy. Indonesia has been blessed with the diversity such as follows or for tourism, for economy, pandemic controlling, the strength, unity, and country achievement goal. The example of Indonesia culture, this is wayang or puppet. And belly dance and reog Ponorogo from East Java. This is belly dance and this is reog Ponorogo. The example of religious places in Indonesia. The kind of Indonesia religious classification, one, mosque for Muslim. This is mosque. And second, church for Christianity or Catholic. And temple for Buddhist or Konghucu. And pura for Hindu Bali. The realization of the four national consequences, the four pillars of the nation, being the basis strength of the Indonesian nation. First, Pancasila, second, Constitution of Indonesia, 1945, and third, NKRI, Negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia, and fourth, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. I show you a video.
It's not just wonderful. It's of Wonderland.
In this video, you can observe various kinds of traditional custom in Indonesia. For example, Dayak, Betawi, Batak, etc. In this video, you also able to observe various kinds of traditional both of dance and music. I show you video about Bali Kecak dance. Let's move on. In this video is Kecak Dance from Bali that talk about the story of kidnapping done by King Rahwana to the wife of Ramayana from other kingdom named Sinta. Therefore, Ramayana assisted by a white monkey named Hanuman to attack Rahwana kingdom, aiming to absorb Sinta where a badness crashed by a truth. That is tourism on Pontianak, Light Lake, a lake around Mangrove Island. The example of traditional markets as a national pride. The Indonesian traditional market has the strengthening to increase society capability for economic growth. This strengthening will be identified and analyzed in this research. Revitalization not only deals with the physical aspect but also the reinforcement other factors. That is transaction in panorama market at Bengkulu from Sumatra Island. And this is Gede Market in Central Java. Strengthening the local identity to strengthening nationalism. Traditional market is an Indonesian national identity. National identity is preserved, in fact, that love and pride of community to culture. Local identity is turning to support a national identity. Governance give legitimation as strengthening. The traditional market management need a government role as long as strategy and technical operation accordance with the condition and its society. The physical market strengthening as community's role. Batik for visitor and traditional attraction for tourists. Government arranged to suggest of traditional custom application for trader and interaction pattern local language on trading activity. That is pasar subuh. And pasar sore at Panorama at Bengkulu, Sumatra Island. Government arranged to maintain street vendor and classified into two times as follow: in the morning, pasar subuh, and in the evening, the name is pasar sore. Interaction pattern local language on trading activity consists of many different ethnic, including Java, Padang, Bengkulu, and etc. The physical market strengthening as government's role. At Gede Traditional Market Solo, Central Java, and at Panorama Traditional Market Bengkulu, Sumatra Island. And the physical market strengthening The physical market strengthening refers to effort of conserving traditional value, both of original food and product. This is traditional food and product, and this is traditional custom of trader. So does traditional trading activity. And public policy priority, the product of traditional market. Pasar Gede traditional market is Dawet Selasih, Jadah Blondo, Pecel Deso, Segoliwet, Brem, Rabuk, Rambak, etc., so that it will increase tourist visitation to this area, especially for Netherlands. Local product such as angkringan, kopi, kerasak, rempah body scrub, lurik batik, gerabah, or kitchen traditional utensils. Panorama traditional markets such as Pendap, Tempoyak, Lempok, Keripik Beledang, Bagar Hiu, etc., so that it will increase tourist visitation to this area. Local product such as Lokan, Kemukus, Red Rafflesia syrup, and Red Rafflesia stone. Factors strengthening traditional market include strengthening of nationalism pride, local identity, legitimasi government, community's role, political right perception, government's role, public policy priority. Those are a strengthening of physical participation. These factors will influence unity, nationalism in Indonesia, basically on political, cultural, and strategic triangle. Therefore, the government should taking care of traditional market existence between modern market. Political culture and strategic triangle as the realization of strengthening nationals inside to prevent Indonesia civilization in postmodern. I love Indonesia. All of Indonesia people must love Indonesia. For my country, we promise. For my country, we dedicate it to you. Our country serves you. The land of our souls. The land of our souls. Bagi negeri keluarga kami.
That was very comprehensive presentation from Professor Whitley. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, unfortunately we don't have Q&A session or discussion for this session only. Finally, we have many thoughtful perspectives and analysis from Professor Witri. Now we know about comprehensive outlook of various local wisdom we have here in Indonesia. Allow me to take highlighted points from Professor Witri's presentation. The first one, we should celebrate and embrace diversity as our identity and accepted values here in Indonesia. Second, the roles of government can also be reflected in the effort to promote traditional market, not only as political perception, but also cultural encounters. And thirdly, political and cultural aspects should be priority in devising strategies to tackle issues in post-modern society. I thank you all the participants for your attention. Please give applause for the speakers and for you all. Thank you. I should remind everyone that I will be seeing you again for the final keynote presentation. So see you all later and thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Boris and Ms. Wisma. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Indo. That was an interesting presentation from Professor Dr. Sri Witri, Magister Science. And again, thank you so much for Bapak Indo for bringing us to a meaningful session today.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are beginning to continue our session with the second speaker and the second keynote, Kadir Karakaya, Doctor of Philosophy. In this session, will be moderated by Dwitya Ari Nugrahani, Master of Applied Linguistics, TESOL. And she is the lecturer of the English Education Study Program, Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Universitas Tidar. And she was graduated from Macquarie University, Sydney, Australia. Please welcome Dwitya Ari Nugrahani, Master of Applied Linguistics, TESOL. Thank you, Ibu Dwitya. Now the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much for the kind and generous introduction. And hi, everyone. Good morning to our participants, attendees, and also good evening to our speaker, Dr. Kadir Karakaya, who is now joining us from Iowa, United States of America. And we are pleased to have you join us for the second session of TICAS, Tidar International Conference on Education and Humanities 2022. My name is Dwitya Ari, and I am the lecturer in the English Education Program, Universitas Tidar, and it is a pleasure for me to serve as the moderator for this session. Right, and first of all, welcome to Dr. Karakaya. And thank you very much for joining us today and sharing one of your valuable works with us. And welcome everyone to the session with Dr. Karakaya with the topic of open educational resources. We will begin shortly, but I would like to inform you a few of our housekeeping announcements. The first one is that the speaker in this session will have 30 minutes for the presentation, and in order to be considerate and respectful to everyone attending and presenting, all online attendees are muted. And after the presentation, we will have a designated time for your questions in the discussion session for about 15 minutes. So I highly encourage everyone to engage with our speaker and share your thoughts and questions with us here. And for everyone here in the auditorium, if you have any questions for your speaker during the discussion session, please raise your hand first. And for those attending online, during the discussion session, if you have any question, please raise your virtual hand by clicking the raise hand button on your Zoom. All right, so I hope it is understood. And now let's moving on to our session. And it is my honor to introduce Dr. Kadir Karakaya. Dr. Kadir Karakaya is a researcher and instructor in Iowa State University in the United States of America, and also an assistant professor in Math University in Turkey. He holds a PhD in Applied Linguistics and Technology from Iowa State University, and his research focuses on the corpus-based investigation in language use, the language teacher education, flipped learning and language teaching, computer-assisted language learning, technology and teacher education, open educational resources, and also in hybrid learning. And from all his research focus, we can see that his scholarly work have been a timely response to the global struggle that we have been coping over the past 2 years, and where we actually can see that the technology-assisted learning has been the only assured method for ensuring education to be delivered to the students during the trying times. And therefore, here in this session, Dr. Karakaya is going to present his work on open educational resources in online learning environments, a human-centered design. So without further ado, please welcome Dr. Kadir Karakaya. The Zoom floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope my voice is clear. I'm not sure. Okay, if I'm getting some response, it seems it's getting there. First of all, again, good morning, and thank you for inviting me to be a speaker at TIDAR International Conference on Education and Social Humanity. I'm so delighted to be here speaking to a great crowd and hopefully be contributing to your conference. So as you have introduced, thank you for your great introduction, by the way. Quickly, a little bit about myself. I'm doing research on open educational resources, and especially in the last couple of years, mobile assisted language learning, and at the same time, how we could best make use of technology and distance learning environments with the rise of the need due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So it seems at this stage pretty related to what I'm doing, and then hopefully it contributes to the conference theme as well. So that's why I'm glad I'm here to be speaking to you. And as you planned, it's supposed to be like around 30-minute conversation or presentation, and then hopefully after that a QA session. If everything is great on your side, I think we can get started with the slides.
I'm sorry, Dr. Karakaya. Would you like to play your own slides? Or
oh, okay.
yeah,
sure.
It would be great. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Can you see my screen right now?
Yes. Yes, clear, sir.
It is clear. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So let me quickly go from there. So again, let me start here. Open educational resources in online learning environments, and the focus is here on the human-centered design. So quickly, I'll go ahead with my agenda. Today, I will first introduce open educational resources, and we'll try to make a definition for that. And then later, I will touch upon the concepts of open educational practices and open pedagogy. And I will also share some examples related to open pedagogy that we could best make use of in our own teaching and learning environments. Right after that, my plan is to showcase designing of an OER, an open educational resource, that was planned as an open pedagogy example, where we had the opportunity to co-create an OER with students. And also, I will, at the end, share the research results about the design decisions that have been taken during the open educational resource creation process. So this is what I'm hoping to achieve today. Let me go forward. So my first focus will be on open educational resources. And before delving into much greater details about what open educational resources are, I want to a little bit discuss about the term openness. It's a fuzzy term, to tell the truth. And according to researchers, Boscourt 2020-21, in their Boscourt and Kuseol, in their, for example, systematic review of openness as a concept, they report that the concept has not been defined precisely in the literature so far. So they also use a metaphor of 50 shades of gray. That's why the openness has been equated to different meanings so far. For example, it's been defined as or conceived as leading to transparency. It's been defined as relating to freedom. It's been defined as relating to justice. It's been defined as, for example, removing barriers in education and learning. So it has quite a bit of different, I think, interpretations. And at this stage, it is so important to keep that in mind. Although multiple interpretations and definitions might sometimes be helpful, I think we need to come to a certain agreement, especially when we talk about open educational resources, because the concept has evolved from the concept of openness. And for example, we can think about things like open access, open, we can say data, for example, open science, which is pretty popular in the last couple of years. For example, open educational resources, which is the focus of this talk, or we can even think about like things like MOOCs, for example, massive open online courses, which could be related to openness and open education. So here, in my own take, open educational resources is more related to making education more accessible to different stakeholders, to people, to students, to human beings who come from different backgrounds and who share different characteristics. So not everybody in the world, unfortunately, has the same characteristics, has the same resources, has the same context, but openness is and could be the way to make sure we are making education and knowledge accessible to everybody as much as possible in the whole wide world through the internet, through the open education mechanisms. So in this way, I think open educational resources is defined by UNESCO in 2002 by the provision of educational resources enabled by information and communication technologies, and it allows for the use adaptation of these resources by other users. So with this definition in 2002, open educational resources have been very kind of like come to the forefront of educational research. And when we look at the publications done on openness or openness-related research, we see open educational resources have been researched more than the other forms of openness, like open access, open scholarship, open science, as I said. So it has been a pretty kind of like a common point for academia in terms of educational research since 2002. So what makes it maybe valuable is providing free, universally accessible educational materials for teaching and learning purposes, which is, I think, pretty idealistic when we think about initially, but at least it brings some perspective to make it more accessible and then universally accessible, especially for those who cannot access knowledge freely. So in this way, it has a holy purpose too, I think. So in the early stages of open educational resources, they've been more related to the provision of free open access materials for students. And then especially open access textbooks has been designed like more like a replacement for high-priced textbooks, which is very important, right? When we think about those prices of the textbooks, and then in some contexts, unfortunately, the textbooks might be very costly, and then it makes kind of like quite important to make it accessible and free. But beyond that, by the time just equating open educational resources to textbooks have broadened. And then if we can, for example, think about right now, what might be open or open educational resource, we might, I think, bring a couple other things like, for example, that we can see in MOOCs, in massive open online courses. For example, in this way, everybody in the whole wide world can access the information and the resources provided by prestigious universities in the world. So in this way, it is also an open access, we can say, open educational resource. Or think about YouTube, for example. So it is accessible in the world, and it is so easy for people to have access to YouTube and then find the information from very simple things like how to cook something to create another thing, how to, for example, change your spare tire. So a lot of handy information, but at the same time, academic information too. So this is, I think, could be broadened, and then it's not just related to the textbooks replacing, but at the same time, different means of sharing knowledge with open educational resources. If we think about how we can best make use of these resources in educational research and educational environments, I think we come to the term open educational practices. Open educational resources has been defined and viewed more like a static content where we as users consume that information. For example, on YouTube, you watch something and then we consume the information. Or on a resource or in a textbook, we learn more like a passive user. We just see the resource as a storage we can think about. But as teachers who are responsible for making education more accessible, but at the same time, more participatory, more collaborative, more transparent, and then for letting our learners actively be in the process of learning, open educational resources are in fact come to our agenda. So we can think about open educational practices as the form of making open educational resources in a more collaborative practice and then using them with our students. For example, in this way, in open educational resources, we might ask or allow our learners to use open educational resources. And in this time, they can, for example, interact with each other in a group. They can learn from each other in the form of peer learning. They can even, for example, create an open educational resource as a group. So they can, in this way, get the ownership of their own learning if an educator wants, rather than just being a pure recipient of knowledge transmitted through open educational resources. Our learners can be the creator and co-creator of, for example, open educational resources if we want. So what this makes sense, or what this makes the open educational resource more valuable for our teacher, for our students, is because they are actively engaged in this process. They are doing research to provide information as part of open educational resources. They are in this way more in the learning process, and they are active learners rather than just passive learners. So in fact, there is a noticeable increasing need for open educational resources targeted specifically for K-12 educators. So, so far, open educational resources have been used in higher education settings more than the K-12 settings. And then it could be valuable to give more importance to how to use open educational resources and then open educational practices in K-12 settings. So also using open educational resources and making open educational practices more common could reduce some cultural epistemic injustices, especially in contexts where users cannot have the opportunity to engage in English. For example, in countries where the majority of the users or citizens are monolingual, and then they don't have access to English, then it's pretty hard for them to access that knowledge that was produced in English. So when we look at the history of open educational resources, we could easily see that the great majority, maybe 80% of open educational resources are being produced by countries in the West, like United States or the West European countries, especially in English and French. But this has some, unfortunately, ramifications. First of all, one, mostly the countries in the Western world are the producers of knowledge, and the countries in the other parts of the world, we could say, in the Southwest, let's say, are the consumers of the knowledge. So if you are not producing the knowledge, you are somehow binded with consuming that knowledge and philosophies that were created by some others. So if we want to also be, for example, part of producing the knowledge and then creating open educational resources, we also need to make targets, making those resources in our target languages, in our local languages. So this is one story which makes the cultural epistemic injustices more clear. So that's why it's also important to be more into creating open educational resources in the local languages too, to make sure that those who are just monolingual speakers in those contexts can also access knowledge and information. Because if it is only English or French or some other more mainstream or lingua franca, we can think that the type of information that's supposed to be accessible by others are not accessible. So you are, or we are in this way, unfortunately, neglecting the needs of those in those contexts. So in this way, creating open educational resources are critical. And we can also make some sort of like clarifications about what, for example, open educational resource, what open educational practices, and open pedagogy. As I said, for me, open educational resources are at the more content-related provision of the information, but open educational practices and open pedagogy make it more pedagogy-oriented. And then the educators make use of the open educational resources, and then also empower their learners in this process with the co-creation of knowledge. So if we take a look at this quotation from Wiley, 2021, here, David Wiley says, he is, for example, he is convinced the terms open pedagogy and open educational practices are understood so differently by so many people. And then he was looking for some sort of like consensus, but not. So, for example, he says some definitions are centered on open educational resources. Some are centered on the public, linkable nature of open web. Some are centered on the social justice. Some are centered on the collaboration. Some are centered on the innovation. So there are quite a bit of different definitions, but he prefers to use, after this mixture of definitions, OER-enabled pedagogy. In this way, he thinks if we are making use of open educational resources in our teaching and learning environments, that is more supposed to be like practicing that knowledge. This is just a disclaimer I should make at this stage. So let's take a look at some open pedagogy examples. I need to also make sure that I'm using open pedagogy in a very similar fashion to open educational practices. For me, it is the use of open educational resources, or making sure that the learners are in the form of participating, creating the knowledge. For example, we see from Wiley again the non-disposable assignments. So the creating some non-disposable and renewable assignments are one form of making open educational practices and then creating an open pedagogy. So these are assignments that, you know, when we keep just quizzes or disposable assignments where students will not be able to access later, or where they will not have any chance to make connection to their own practical knowledge, then after students complete regular traditional assignments, the instructor or teachers are just grading it, and probably they don't take a look at it again. So at some point, unfortunately, these assignments become disposable. But rather than taking assignments in this way, in open pedagogy, we can bring some value to the assignments so that our learners may think the assignments that they complete are valuable. And then in this way, they could hopefully devote more time and more diligence to creation of the assignments, rather than just thinking something very traditional, oh, I have to complete this assignment to pass this course. So that's why creating such non-disposable assignments are pretty important in open educational practices. So if we, for example, go ahead and then take a look at some examples in these ones, again, creating students, for example, editing Wikipedia. It might be one way of creating open educational practices, a part of open pedagogy. So rather than just we are letting students do some research on a topic and then find things related to Wikipedia, they might, for example, go ahead and then do research on a topic that we assign to them, and then they can go ahead and then enter their information that they found and did research about that topic on Wikipedia. In this way, they are the creator of knowledge. And then let's say you did on energy consumption as a topic, and then which is a very hot topic these days, energy in the world. So if if our students has worked on that, and then they did research on how to create energy, how to store energy, and how to consume, for example, energy. And then next semester or next year, if we want to do the same, then the next set of students, for example, can come in and then they take a look at the information that was provided by the first group of students about the energy creation, storage, and consumption. And then in this way, they can go ahead and then contribute. For example, they can add more information. They can also learn from the earlier cohort, which worked on the same topic, and then they can go ahead and then edit the information they have done. So in this way, it's more sustainable information. And then also, they will have the chance to see their information, to see their knowledge being presented in real time in the internet, which is, I think, encouraging for students. So here, I want to go ahead from this perspective, show you why we need the open pedagogy. So we see with 1.5 billion students have been impacted by school closures during the pandemic. And then we have a lot of emergency remote education emerged as a response. And we need to empathize with the needs of educators. So also here, my goal is to show you, as I said at the very beginning of this talk, to show you an example of an OER and open educational practice. And then right now, I'm trying to show it to you. So with the COVID-19, the need for accessing information, how to teach online by educators, for example, have been very valuable. At the onset of COVID-19, I remember everybody was asking, their colleagues, their friends, what I'm going to do, how I'm going to teach. And then Zoom, for example, has emerged as of like a Zoom teaching paradigm. And then it was a chaos, unfortunately, for educators to access the knowledge about how to teach online. And because everybody was called for to teach all of a sudden online in a couple of days. So it was so dramatic, it was so sudden, but at the same time, there was a shortage of information on how to teach online. That's why, as researchers and educational designers, we were informed by these scarcities, and then we wanted to offer an open educational resource to educators who are experiencing, especially knowledge access to how to teach online in the Turkish education context that I could show. So here in the design context, I will quickly go through this. And the Turkish government has, in fact, offered quite a bit of resources with the COVID, like started 3 TV channels, worked with some experienced teachers to create some video lessons. And then they had a dedicated video, a channel that the teachers could watch sometimes to see more information, but still more purposeful open educational resources are needed because the teachers were looking for information, for example, in discussion forums, in WhatsApp chat groups. So informed by this, we wanted to create an open educational resource, so which was also culturally situated. So in this way, we were motivated by this design context at the onset. And then we wanted to provide a design framework, which is a human-centered design. In this human-centered design, we are identifying a new paradigm for dealing with problems in many professions. In this case, it was the educators. And then also there is a user-centered problem-solving design. We can see the human-centered design. The users are in the forefront of design decisions. We are taking consideration of the users and then what they are going through, what are their ideas, and then the experiences. So we are trying to understand the perspective of the person, the user, who experiences a problem, their needs, and we are trying to find a solution in this human-centered design thinking approach. So in this process, as I said, we are first empathizing and then defining the problem and then ideating a solution and creating a prototype and then testing it. It's more cyclical, but at the same time, there is a process for this. In this design process, I will quickly here walk you through what we did. So in the empathy process or phase, we empathized with those K-12 educators in Turkey who were going through a lot of struggle in terms of how to teach online. And we had informal conversations and some interviews with teachers in Turkey. And then we, in this way, conducted needs analysis. And we also defined what the problem was. For example, the problem that we defined was the over-reliance on synchronous class meetings, like through Zoom meetings, and the lack of technology integration practices, and also technology access, the digital divide, and equity issues, for example, as in different parts of Turkey. So we formulated a problem, and then we wanted to ideate. So we ideated this, and then we wanted to provide after the content and technologies which could be provided to these K-12 educators. So we decided to create an OER to support their needs, and then we brainstormed, for example, how we could technically achieve that. Should it be, for example, on Google Sites? Should it be on Google Classroom? Should it be on a specific learning management system? Should it be on a web platform? So it was like a discussion for us in the design team. And then later we distributed the tasks to choose which type to go. And then later, for example, we wanted to go with Google Sites as it makes almost everybody more accessible to gain that knowledge and then to look at that creation. So in the prototyping, we began with the design considerations, like, for example, creating consistent and navigable. And then we took a look at the theme and then the layout in the Google Sites that we could create. And then we wanted to provide the content, but at the same time, the technologies. And also in this way, we received some feedback. And then we revised the online technologies that were provided in this open educational resource. And in this way, it was helpful for us to understand what kind of, for example, technologies the K-12 teachers might need. And at the same time, what we could show them as part of these technologies. So this was the design process. And this is basically the Google Sites that we have created. And then I will quickly, at the end of the presentation, because right now it is in the PDF, I can't share the tool with you, but this is basically the landing page that we had. And how we get started, I already explained. It was more like from the onset of the COVID-19. And then the design team were familiar with the Turkish context, and then they've been all instructional designers. And we aim to support the Turkish educators. We are an open educational resource. So what happened? The design team took a look at just 3 designers, and then it was so time-taking. and it was so busy for everyone to tackle. And then it was hard to move forward with this project. And then it failed, unfortunately. And then I thought, why don't we make this more like an open pedagogy example, rather than just creating an open resource? Just let's make this with our learners, so that in this case, they also create knowledge. So I wanted to move beyond the boundaries of open educational resource to the open educational practices. So in this way, we get it built with 3 weeks project with English as a foreign language students who are supposed to be prospective English teachers in Turkey. And then we followed the design, feedback, redesign process. And then I provided the peer feedback and at the same time, the instructor feedback. So some of these resources that students have gone through in this process, some of the findings that we can share with you is, for example, one of the participants in the research says, it is hard to find Turkish resources related to the usage of such tools in Turkish. This is so important. These are English language teacher majors, ELT majors or EFL majors, but they produced this assignment or this resource in Turkish. So this was a paradigmatic change for them because they felt its devotion of their knowledge in Turkish to others who don't have access to English. Especially we targeted those monolingual teachers who just are capable of Turkish, but not English, and then they could make use of an open educational resource at this stage. And then it says here, I think it's something special to add things to people. In this respect, I'm proud that we have done such work with all my classmates and professors. So the goal with those non-disposable assignments that I mentioned before was to make things more valuable for our students, more sustainable. And then I feel they here reflected. And then also they here reflect another positive aspect was teamwork and collaboration, which we are planning to achieve with active learning because they learn from each other. They are not just getting the knowledge, they also produce the knowledge. And also here we can say a lot of methods in terms of planning the implementation of this OER. And one more thing here as well, this participant says, our target visitors for OER website are not only English teachers, but also other teachers and people who are interested in educational technologies, but don't know English. To benefit from the contents of our site is our primary goal. Therefore, I think it will be much more beneficial to everyone to create a Turkish OER site than to create an English OER site, because in that specific context, it was so valuable for other monolingual teachers. So let me quickly share the resource and then finish the presentation. So if I can quickly go ahead and then share that one, I can quickly, yes, this one here. Yes. So this is, I think this is visible right now to you, the landing page. And then here we are providing them with a information about to provide them what this is about. And then we have provided this in Powtoon to students. And then this is all in Turkish. And we are saying, are you away from your students due to COVID-19? And then would you like to meet with your students in an online classroom? So this is basically more like an encouraging video for them. And then if we take a look at here, in this way, we provided some technologies. For example, if we can see here, we can see language learning technologies. For example, we can see here, for example, some other different types of technologies that were all available. So if we take a look at some examples, for example, I can see Bilunga app that was provided by one of the participants in the class. So these all scrolls down in the same fashion in terms of consistency. For example, here we provide the objectives, and then later the participant or the creator of the OER introduces themselves, what they do, what are their background, a way of like showing themselves. And then later they kind of like quickly make an introduction to what, for example, bilingual app. And then they provide some other information about the how to use it. And then here we can see they created, for example, on themselves how to use bilingual app. And then this was, for example, a YouTube tutorial that the participant has created. In Turkish. And then after this, they provide here how it should be used in education. They provide specific examples in these, how the teachers, K-12 teachers in different content, how they can use this tool, for example. And then here, another related to how to use it, there is an activity. And then in this way, for example, it is through the Padlet. And then after that, there is an assessment in the form of mostly self-assessment. And then we provide, for example, here, the resources that have been used, the references. And for example, in this one, the participant says, there is no other Turkish resources on this topic at the time that was produced. So it is so valuable for both the creator and at the same time for the consumer when they reach out to this knowledge. So this is just one example. And another example is, for example, how to use that we can see here, for example, the Flipgrid. So Flipgrid is a video discussion platform. And then you can provide here, for example, again, what are the objectives and then what the instructor or the person who created this is saying and what it is. And then again, how it is being used in the form of a tutorial video. And then again, how in education it could be used. And then the activity that they should complete using the Flipgrid. And then later again, here a self-assessment that goes through. And then in the Google form. So it goes on like this. So this was just an example, I could say, exactly about the open educational resource that the students have created in this manner. So I think at this stage, I would like to quickly end my presentation with the conclusion, which is, we could say this has been informed by the human-centered design and then focused on the needs of the educators in the form of design thinking process. And then creating a Turkish OER was helpful for both the creators and also for the consumers who are monolingual Turkish teachers. We can think in this way in terms of the local and locality. So this is, I think, I'm done in this way. And thank you for listening to me. And I would like to get any questions, comments, or suggestions. I would be very happy to see and hear them.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Karakaya, for the insightful presentation on the OER, Open Educational Resources, which we can see that it is a very beneficial innovation for our educational system in this situation where distance learning is a very main thing that they can do to access education in this pandemic era. And yeah, here actually I have noted down a number of interesting information from Dr. Karakaya's presentation, but maybe I will proceed first to the discussion session. And due to the limited time that we have here, I will take first only two questions, one from the audience here in the auditorium and one from the online audience attending on Zoom. And if time allows, we will have one or two more questions. Okay. Is there any questions for Dr. Karakaya here from the audience in the auditorium? Not yet. Here. All right. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Would you please introduce yourself and ask the question to Dr. Karaya?
Check. Okay. Thanks for the time. My name is Muhammad Fatwaridin. We have met previously, Dr. Karaya. I like for interesting with your presentation today, especially related to the student assignment. Previously in your materials that from Will, if I'm mistaken, right? He said that we must do first thing first. I mean, we must starting from the healthy. It means that the students' work or the student assignment at least must be useful for the world, for example, like that. Well, the problem is sometimes, especially in some of Indonesian educational institution, the students are directed to think to have more priority, on their success in graduation. Well, sometimes the assignment is only proposed to support them to finish their study instead of to be useful for the society sometimes. And I think this should be the problem, yeah, especially in most or more Indonesian institution. What I'm going to ask you is, can we make a bridge between this two priority? First is the priority for the society, for the world, and the priority to their success in graduation. I mean, their assignment, as I can catch from your explanation, should be have a value. The value is that their assignment or their work must be useful for the world or for the society. But in other hand, they need to succeed their study as soon as possible. Okay, so my question is that can we just make a bridge between these two priority? I think that should be all my question, Dr. Karaya. Thank you, Ma'am Dwitya. Okay.
Thank you for the question, by the way. I hope I understood clearly, but there is an echo, unfortunately.
Would you like to repeat the question?
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So here, Mr. Arifin here asked, because in Indonesia usually that society put more stress on the success or the result that the student achieve instead of on the value. But since OER is a very valuable innovation that focus on the value of the assignment, so do you have any idea on how can we accommodate the society needs and society pressure to be successful and to complete the assignment and to focus on the result and also on the value that is brought up by your project? So how would we bridge it?
Mm-hmm.
Is that clear? Is that right? Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is, I think, a great question. First of all, society is also bringing pressure in this for success. But I believe open educational resources, especially in such projects, we don't have one right or one wrong. And then the goal here in this process, rather than the product, the process. And especially I know in most cases we are coming from also a similar culture in Turkey. We are much more focused on the product and then the result, and we want to see things right away, the results, but we kind of sometimes neglect the process by which the students go through. And then we don't focus on, for example, making mistakes, making errors, and that is part of learning. And then we most of the time think everything should be so fluent, clear, and then successful. But in this process, I think, at least as an educator, my goal is to be focusing on the process. And then in this process, students, for example, when creating OER, they get the peer feedback, and then they get different perspectives. And at the same time, this feedback is both on content and design. And sometimes they say, oh, I didn't think of that way. And they, for example, sometimes they will learn in this process how to provide constructive feedback rather than just saying one word, oh, it's great, it's nice, it looks good to me. And then later they focus on, for example, how to revise what they have gone through. And then I think I would just focus on the process rather than just the product, I could say.
All right. Thank you very much for the answer. Okay, good. Thank you so much for the answer. And do we have any question from the online participant? Would you please raise your virtual hand? Yeah, I think I saw one hand before. Okay. No. All right. Do you have any more questions here?
I think there is one, but I'm sure Alfie Normawati.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
I'm not wrong.
Okay. Alfie Normawati. All right. Would you please ask your question?
Are you muted?
Are you here, Alfie Normawati?
Thank you very much, Mr. Kadir Karakaya. That was a very nice presentation. I think we all here are interested with the presentation, with the topic of the presentation. And we all know that in facing this pandemic era, we need to make changes also in the education, like the solution that you have proposed here. And okay, I am interested in the open education about the open pedagogy. And we need, in pedagogy, in education, as teachers or as lecturers, we need also to have interaction with the students, with the learners, right? And I think that is one of the problems in this kind of pedagogy, with this kind of education. Can you please, Mr. Kadir Karakaya, to propose your solution to how to keep or how to maintain the interaction between the student and the teacher, so that the education runs well too, so that we do not lose interaction between the teacher and the students? Thank you, Mr. Kadir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alfie Normawati. I will quickly touch upon this because I know the time is approaching for the next speaker. I don't want to take your time too. This is a big, broad question. And then with the COVID-19, unfortunately, we felt the need for connecting with students. And then sometimes we've seen that we've lost students, for example, unfortunately, in online learning environments. And maybe I could just bring some perspectives. I could say, first of all, the society, or as educators, we should feel that online learning takes much more time than the traditional learning for educators. And then first of all, we should maybe just change our minds to prepare well ahead of time. And then, for example, in my own courses, I do a lot of check-ins quickly at the very beginning of the week, just giving them a snapshot of what I'm going to be doing, for example, for that week. And then it gives them like a couple paragraphs, not so long. And then maybe sometimes a video. Okay, this week we're going to be focusing on these. Please make sure you take a look at that. You kind of like focus on that to keep them in the loop. And then during the week, we have one synchronous session, for example. And that synchronous sessions is a way of like bringing us together in real time, and then also helps us to kind of like get together, ask questions, like those kind of things, and then get through some content. But at the same time, after that, I provide one more, especially asynchronous communication activity, which will bring them together at different times, because we don't think everybody will be at the same time every time. So I just help them, okay, let's do this as a discussion forum, or let's work on this paper together in Google Docs so that we can complete it by time. And then when they come in, sometimes I'm there, for example, they can ask me questions at that time. And then, or you can also dedicate a certain time for online discussions or online office hours. That's one thing. And then at the end of the week, for example, I'm sending one quick video to hey, this week we plan to do this, we did these, and then I wrapped up, for example, okay, and then we learned these concepts, which are the more critical concepts from this week. And then hopefully if you have a question, just let me know, type of like a video, which wraps up the whole, I think, week. In this way, the type of, I think, communication is varied. It's not only synchronous, but at the same time asynchronous, and then sometimes just sporadic when they show up in your own office hour time, and then finding a way to bring them together with different activities. That is hopefully the goal. And then also making it more humanizing, just letting them know, for example, giving extra time, extending the deadlines. I think these are just some great kind of like times where you kind of connect to your students. That's what I can say at this point.
All right. Thank you so much for the comprehensive answer to the question. And apparently, we actually still have a lot more questions from the participants on the chat. I think so. But unfortunately, due to our limited time, we have to end our discussion session. And if I may add a little wrap up as our take-home message here is that we can see that open educational resources is a valuable effort to make sometimes soulless distance learning feels not so distant anymore, and also to make it feel more alive, to accommodate the teacher and students as human beings. So it is important to empathize with them as learner and also as educator, and that's a very great effort from you, Dr. Karya, and your team. And yeah. Actually, that concludes our session today, Dr. Karya. And thank you very much for the comprehensive discussion about the open educational resources. Finally, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to our honorable speaker, Dr. Karya, and also to everyone here in the auditorium and also everyone on Zoom for your participation. And please give a big round of applause for Dr. Karya. And I just remind everyone that we still have 3 more sessions after this, and we hope that you enjoy the remainder of PCAST 2022. And with this, I hand over the floor back to the MC. Thank you.
Well, that was a very comprehensive presentation. Thank you, Ibu Twitya, for bringing us to a meaningful session today. Please give applause for her.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving to the next session, the third keynote speakers, Associate Professor Mary G. Dr. will be moderated by Kenyo Karisma Kurnia Sari, Master of International Tourism Management. First of all, allow me to read the curriculum vitae of our moderator for this session, Kenyo Karisma Kurnia Sari. Actually, she is good at some aspect. The first is about tourism and hospitality management, tourism and hospitality marketing, sustainable tourism, ecotourism, and intercultural communication. And also, she took her bachelor degree from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and she graduated from Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand. Her master degree is about Master of International Tourism Management. Well, without any further ado, Ibu Karisma, floor is yours.
Good morning, selamat pagi to all participants, and good afternoon to our speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Ferry G, PhD from Edith Cowan University, Australia. Welcome to TIDAR International Conference on Education and Social Humanity. I am Kenya Karisma Kurniasari, a lecturer in the Faculty of Economics. It is a pleasure for me to be the moderator for Economics and Management panel session. And thank you so much for MC for introducing me. First of all, I would like to say welcome to our honorable keynote speaker, Associate Professor Ferry G, PhD. Good morning from Indonesia, Dr. G.
Good morning there and good afternoon.
Nice to meet you.
Nice
And thank
meeting
you for being with us today. And
Aisha.
also welcome to all participants who are with me today in Universitas Tidar and virtually from the Zoom room. Just a brief intro to the topic of the day is about supply chain management for post-COVID-19 strategy. For the housekeeping, we will have 30 minutes presentation from Dr. G, followed by discussion and Q&A session for 15 minutes. So if you have any questions at the time given, you can please raise your virtual hand. And for offline audience, you can raise your hand, then deliver your question directly. And lastly, there will be a wrap up before I give the stage back to the next panel session. Before we begin, we all know that due to COVID-19 pandemic, many businesses have changed. Companies have to prepare what actions or plans suits their business after the pandemic hit. The question is how to make the good strategic plan to bounce back. So our honorable speaker will give us his insights about how to apply the strategic action and plan in terms of supply chain management and activities post-pandemic COVID-19 from his perspective. By the end of this panel session, I hope you have a new knowledge, input, and inspiration about sustainability plans from supply chain management perspective to help the businesses preserve and strive. Now, please allow me to read a short background about our today's speakers, whom I already introduced to you at the opening. Associate Professor Ferry G, PhD. Dr. Ferry G is the Associate Professor in Supply Chain and Logistic Management in the School of Business and Law, Edith Cowan University. He is currently a secretary to the Chartered Institute Logic and Transport in Western Australia Committee, also Supply Chain and Logistic Association of Australia WA Committee. He has also maintained a high quality of research throughout his academic career, including international scholarly leadership in the areas of supply chain management. From 2017 to now, he published more than 55 referred journal articles, including articles in Q1 to Q2 ranked in SchemaGo, and 10 referred conference paper. Furthermore, Dr. G has received research grants or awards adding up to over $2 million between 2010 to 2022. I would like to remind all participants in the Zoom room and here to please virtually turn on your camera and mute your microphone throughout the discussion period. And if you have any question, you can please raise your hand in the Q&A session later. Now, without further ado, Dr. G, the screen is yours.
All right. Thank you so much, good moderator. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon and good evening for maybe the speakers from the Western or from Europe. But anyway, first of all, my name is Ferry G. So I would like to say thank you so much to TIDAR conference, TIDAR University to invite me to be a speaker for today for the conference. So today's session, I would like to present about the supply chain management. As you know, I did my doctorate degree at the University of Sydney back then in 2008. My project was in the supply chain in Australia beef industry. So I've been doing a lot of research in supply chain, logistic, transportation management for more than 18 years. So if you want to start for research collaboration, so I'm giving you my WhatsApp number as well as my email address. So give me the text and, you know, that something is a good opportunity for us to do research, especially for project publication, etc. Okay, so I don't want to introduce myself again, but Ibu moderator has introduced me. And then this is my project, my research grants. Currently, I'm doing research in digital competency frameworks for the Australia energy industry. So this project actually currently, collecting data stage. So what we're doing for this project is to assess digital competencies in the post-COVID-19 for Australia energy sector. So this competency is very, very important, especially we're looking at what particular skill gaps what we talk about competencies framework in the Australia energy sector. Now, I'm currently just waiting for a paper published in the project of the business continuity resilience, capacity building and upskilling post-COVID-19. So this project actually already finished by early this year, and currently, submitting 2 papers in the top conference, which is the top tier journals, which is Q1 journal. So I'm more than happy to share with you all when the paper already accepted, so then you'll be able to see what is supply chain resilience and supply chain continuity, especially for upskilling and reskilling in the post-COVID-19. Now, the last 5 projects, if you look at in the screen, those projects already published in my top tier journals. If you want to see my papers, you'll be able to read through and understanding what my projects in the past 2-3 years. Okay, so I just want to give you introduction what supply chain management. Supply chain is a management for all activities that facilitate the fulfillment of customer order for a manufactured goods. So if you look at supply chain, it's so complex. So we have so many different activities. For example, you have your suppliers, how we work closely with suppliers, procurement, purchasing, when we want to purchase the raw material from suppliers, so we have a purchasing and procurement activity, right? And of course, we need to understand transportation activity, which means that the product actually can be, delivered from the supplier to the factory, or from factory to the distribution center or warehouse, or from warehouse to the final consumers, for example, to the retailers. So then we need to have a transportation like truck, train, or sea freight, or aeroplane and pipeline, the different types of transportation mode. And then we have a demand forecasting. So especially to avoid any stock out or high inventory, we need to have, the best fit for demand forecasting model, okay, in end-to-end supply chain. Of course, the inventory management, as you know, there are 2 problems with inventory in supply chain. So if you are final consumers and you come to the store or retail outlets and you can see, and the product is empty. So the problem is in Australia back then in the last 2 years, when start lockdown, what happened, the consumer come to the store, so many empty shelves because they got problem with stock out, they got problem with the supply, issues, and that's why no wonder you can see stock out or empty shelves in the supermarket or any retail outlets. Now, on the other hand, we also have the huge inventory. So huge inventory, a lot of problems in these days. Fashion companies, in the last 18-20 months, so quiet in terms of in the fashion, like Zara, for example, and they got problem in terms of inventory, and they have huge stock and they want to try to get it off stock or inventory, and especially if you have a seasonal demand product, for example, like clothing, footwear, etc., right? So this is what we call inventory issues. Now, in supply chain, we also need to make sure to manage risk and uncertainty that may disrupt the supply chain. So for example, what happened, the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, and you can see what's going on with the price of fuel increases and any uncertainties in the global logistics, the global supply chains there. So that how we ensure to have a mitigation risk and uncertainty strategies in order to manage the supply chain. The measuring supply chain performance, I've been doing a lot of research in the food supply chain, halal food supply chain performance, and halal logistics supply chain performance. This particular, you can read a lot of my papers, about 6 papers actually about supply chain performance published in the Q1 or Q2 journals. And ebook moderator mentioned about sustainability. So that's something I'm currently doing it now in terms of the climate change resilience, sustainability supply chain in the post-COVID-19. So I'm writing a paper right now about sustainability supply chain. So after I just mentioned about the all supply chain activities, now you can see in the slide about supply chain structure. So if you look at supply chain structure, most of you don't understand what is the supply chain model structure in a cereal company. Just give you example like Focal Firm is cereal company like Nestle or Kellogg. You can see upstream, you have a different tier in the supply chain. The first tier, you can see the flour, farmer, and oil company is the third tier, and forest. And you can see that's downstream as well in the supply chain. You have supermarket, consumer, grocery, distributor. So if you look at supply chain, it's not only product and service from upstream to downstream supply chain, but also information, planning, and cash flow. That's about supply chain, right? Now, I just want to share with you one of good video about Coles supermarket. Some of you, you've been in Australia. Coles and Woolworths, they're the largest supermarket in Australia. So I want to give you a couple minutes, the video presentation for all of you. If you are based in Java Island, you would like to learn how do they manage supply chain technology at Coles supermarket. So please be with me and just listen to the video presentation.
Coles has been part of the Australian retail environment for over 100 years. Starting from a single store on Smith Street in Collingwood in 1914, we now transformed into the nation's #1 supermarket with over 750 supermarkets, 800 liquor stores and 600 convenience stores. With a workforce of over 100,000 nationally, it's quite a big operation, as you can imagine, to move all of these products around the country. We have a distribution centre network of 25 DCs, which we have in every state with the exception of the Northern Territory, which move millions and millions of pallets every year and billions of individual items into store for sales to our customers. As you can imagine, on a business as large as Coles, we rely heavily on our business-to-business or B2B e-commerce. We use this in conjunction with our partners at GS1. We use a whole bunch of their tools, so our trade identification numbers, so all of the barcoding, etc., that you see, not only on the individual items you'll buy at store, but on the master cartons that move through our DCs on pallets, which allow us to efficiently and easily track everything moving through our system. This has real advantages for us at Coles in the fact that it allows us to utilise such things as the electronic data interface, and in particular the advanced shipping notices, ASNs. The real benefit of this is it allows our suppliers to send through to us in advance of all of the shipments they're sending into our DCs, which once the DC are aware of that and is coming in, allows them for fast and efficient receipt into the DC and further put away. And with millions and millions of cartons and pallets passing through our network every year, the ability to put these to bed quickly into the DC is really, really key. Another great feature from GS1 is their recall tool. It is a really fast and efficient tool that allows us to send an email through the system directly to all the distribution centres at stores and track where every single item that is under a recall notice is in our network, and it can be pulled as quickly as 30 minutes after we've got notification of a recall or withdrawal notice.
Okay, so if you look at Coles supermarket in terms of the way they work together very closely with GS1, which is located in Dockland in Melbourne, they're doing very well in terms of to create barcoding and scanning technology to manage the inventory model, you know, at Coles supermarket. So as you know, Coles Woolworths is the largest supermarket, like what you have in Indonesia, like Hypermart, or like, say, for example, Giants, for example, you know, they use scanning a barcoding system. So that particular to track and to manage the inventory decision. So can I just continue for my slide? Everybody can see. If you look at the evolution supply chain, so people want to know when the supply chain was born. So before 1990s, if you look at the 1960s, all activities in operation productions or more fragmentation. So such as demand forecasting, purchasing, manufacturing, inventory, warehouse, material handling, packaging, order processing, transport, marketing, finance, etc. Right? Now, in early 1980s, which is 20 years later, so that is integrated logistics coming through. So we have a purchasing, a material management, plus a physical distribution. That's why we have integrated logistics. Now, that year, it's a very popular, they call defense or logistic in defense sector. And then early 1990s, which is, you know, 32 years ago, supply chain management was born. So supply chain is pretty much 32 years old. Now we talk about industrial evolution. Supply chain industry 4.0, it just maybe about, you know, kindy, which is 5 or 6 years old, right? So supply chain industry 4.0, which means that in 2017, 2016, that is a lot popular. And then afterwards, it's a pandemic coming through. And it's confirmed that the digitalization in supply chain is the need actually when, you know, as you can see in the past 24 months due to global outbreaks, pandemic, a lot of businesses, a lot e-marketplace, online shopping, you know, because with the social distancing, so restriction, etc. So that's a digital supply chain is growing very fast. Okay. Now, if you look at systematic literature review, I think most of you are academic scholars in this room. You know, SLR is a very common. Not every journal accept conceptual paper. Not every journal accept a systematic literature review. So we just be careful when we want to submit the paper, right? A lot of journal really like primary data. A lot of journal really like, you know, empirical evidence, right? So for example, I published one paper in the supply chain industry 4.0. That journal, International Journal Agile and System Management, which is a top tier journal, they okay with the paper conceptual paper. So just giving you a few steps for the systematic literature review. When we collect the literature references, then we know the literature such as the supply chain of post-COVID-19 as a keyword, and you comprehend the literature, then apply the literature into your research, right? And you need to analyze that using critical thinking. Not necessarily you have to describe or explore, but you need to show that critical thinking element in the analyzing the literature. So you evaluate the literature, then you have a which is your writing in terms of systematic literature review paper. So everybody knows in terms of database, right? We can see the Business Source, Premier, EBSCO, Emerald, Insight, Science Direct, Springer, and IEEE Explore, etc. So they're all the journal database. Okay. Now the literature review, when I have published a paper with Ivanov and Dolgui in the about the ripple effect in the dairy sector back then 5 years ago. So Ivanov, Dolgui, Womba actually in this context supply chain in related in a post in a COVID-19, there are 6 perspectives based on their the literature review. The business needs to adapt any changes. The business needs to think about it, whether they can implement digitalization or technology to reduce any human interaction or to improve the accuracy of supply chain. And also the business need to think of the preparedness. A supply chain preparedness is very important, especially when what's happening in, in Victoria now, they got problem with natural disaster because flood. In Queensland, they got problem flood few months ago. And New South Wales also the same. But in Western Australia, we got problem with the bushfire, for example, right? When summer coming through is, the temperature is about 43 degrees. It's so hot then, and that's potentially got problem with the bushfire, right? So we need to think about it, supply chain preparedness in the matter of the natural disaster for the country. Now, recovery. So in the post-COVID-19, in 2022-2023, this is what we call supply chain recovery era, which means that we are in the recovery stage after the pandemic, right? A lot of small, medium companies, they are in a recovery stage. Some of them discontinue, some of them okay, and they now try to continue, and they are in the recovery stage. And the multinational corporation, they are established well. They are okay, and they continue and to support the communities, for example, or, to strengthen the GDP economy. And the ripple effect is one of the mitigation risk strategy in the supply chain. And of course, the sustainability, decarbonization, net zero, to promote the sustainable development goals, from the United Nations. By 2050, we would like to promote what they call net zero, right? So, from 2022, a lot of research about climate change resilience, sustainability, decarbonization, net zero, alternative fuel, hydrogens, etc. So that's the sustainability context. Now, the action or plans needed for post-COVID-19. So as the world has changed ever since, in addition, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, many businesses have changed. The company have to prepare what action is planned for post-COVID-19. So of course, digitalization could help the company to boost its performance more while reducing operation costs to a minimum level. And then health and safety protocol, of course, because we don't want to see workers sick and they cannot go to work, and we need to maintain the health and safety protocol implementation. New supply chain model. That's something I encourage for the businesses need to revisit and look at your supply chain structure, supply chain model. The reason is if you did not look at your supply chain model, you need to consider maybe your suppliers discontinue, maybe your third-party logistic provider discontinue. So then if you lost so much suppliers and you have lost so much third-party logistic providers, then you need to think about the new supply chain model. So in a post-COVID-19, a flexible and adaptable supply chain model, which is what we call lean and agility supply chain, is needed. This is to ensure that if there's a shift in the environment, company can adapt very quickly. Now, that's another literature, I think I just mentioned similar. How can supply chain prepare for post-COVID-19? Agree some of the papers mentioned that redefine supply chain structure strategy, build transparency and resiliency, growth through digital supply chain transformations there, and also assess realistic final customer demand. You need to look at what a demand, historical demand, especially in the past 24 months, you know, in order to understand what the final consumers want, what the final consumers' expectation. So that's something we need to assess, realistic final customer demand. Now, the growth through digital supply chain, develop a digitized and end-to-end supply chain encompassing planning, procurement, manufacturing, and logistics. This can result in increased efficiency as well as a new revenue streams. So a lot of papers indicating that a digital supply chain can increase supply chain efficiency, supply chain performance, as well as to increase the profit margin, right? Now, in summary, I just want to say that how can, you know, what we call this help business in post-COVID-19. I mentioned before, restructure your supply chain framework is very important. Okay, this is the first step you need to do. And number two, build a supply chain localization. I strongly encourage Indonesia, particularly, focus more supply chain localization. And this particular to avoid any cost transportation or, you know, cost in terms of the lead time or timeliness, you know, that is particular, we promote supply chain localization. Private product services to appeal local markets is very important instead of looking at international markets, you know, that very important to promote, you know, local communities, right? And to support the local businesses, right? Now, introduce supply chain digitalization transformation to introduce digitalization to reduce dependency in human labor, and then rely on supply chain collaboration, a relationship. This is something very important, how you work very well with suppliers or with vendors, with third-party logistic providers. Introduce supply chain lean and cost reduction strategy, agility, which means a quick response for any changes and uncertainties. That is very, very important for the any businesses. They can implement not only lean, but also agility, right? Working together with other local businesses to increase demand and to reach the market itself. Investing locally, upskilling local staff to reduce reliance on the overseas markets. And of course, very important, the business continuity planning. It's very important the business need to continue rather than, you know, shutting down and, you know, to seek any opportunity for the business growth, right? Introduce the supply chain adaptation, preparedness, recovery, and sustainability based on that literature, what Professor Ivanov and Dolgui mentioned that in their paper for that. Okay, so I don't want to mention this slide because this slide sometimes takes me about 15 minutes to explain about the framework in terms of the Industry 4.0 in the supply chain context, creating value from the converging technology. You can see there's so many technology like AR, VR, AI, deep learning, machine learning, Internet of Things, etc., and 3D printers. You know, all those converging technologies, and you can look at this important thing. You need to understand what value, what the value dimension, and what value mechanism, as well as are we looking at the challenges and concerns in those converging technology, what we are trying to implement that. Okay, now the future research, can I please suggest to you a lot of research now based since I'm supply chain scholar and you know, expert I strongly encourage you when you do research in a particular economic or business management or engineering, industrial engineering, if you have passion in supply chain, that is, you can look at what good topic for your research, right? Cybersecurity, for example, like blockchain, and this is one more about decarbonization in supply chain in terms of transport and green transport, a logistic information system, or supply chain quality management. That's one, even though it's an old-fashioned supply chain and quality. But again, since we are in the post-COVID, quality management is the still top 3 priority in the supply chain. This is, I would like to share with you list of my publication related to sustainability, supply chain. I published a lot of papers in the area of supply chain, which is published in top-tier journal. I still working with my doctorate student. I just would like to say hello to my doctorate student completed from RMIT, Dr. Bayu Krishna from Solo. We work together. Good paper. His PhD thesis is very good in 3PL, you know, the competency that's we published in a journal, which is a Q1 journal. That's a very good example. You can just promote and you want to become Guru Besar or professor, then that's something you need to work together and getting a lot of papers, published papers, and, you know, and that's something if your cum is enough to really to go for professor, Guru Besar, and go forward. That's very, very important. So we really need to have a lot of Guru Besars in Indonesia, right? Then you can open program S3 and then, you know, doctorate degree there. You have enough professors there and you can have a good world ranking university, for example, for accreditation for your university. That's all the KPI you want to achieve, right? Okay. So I better need to stop now, ladies and gentlemen, because apologies more than 30 minutes. I'm more than happy to take a lot of questions, comments, and please, if you have any questions, please ask. I'm more than happy to stay a little bit longer if you have any question, or you can ask me in WhatsApps or in chatting box. Please ask. I'm more than happy to answer your questions. Thank you so much for listening. I would like to say all the best to you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm sorry for the technical problems. Thank you so much, Professor G, for the very insightful topic. Now, let's proceed to the Q&A session. I will start with 3 questions first from the on-site audience, and then after that followed by online audience. So for the online audience, you can please raise your hand. For the on-site audience, any question? Yes, Mas? Can you please introduce yourself? And after that, please deliver the question.
Check. Okay, well, hello everyone. Good morning. I'm Muhammad Abdurrahim from Economic Faculty in Tidar University, especially on Bachelor Development Economic. Good morning for Mr. Jai. I'll ask you a business management perspective.
Yeah.
As we all know, the economics world is not doing well, right? It's all started when the COVID-19 is happened that makes more of business get down. Also, the war of Russia and Ukraine was occurred, which is the world's energy sources and has an effect on the food crisis. And many of inflation in various countries has become highly. Okay, let's talk about your topic. Supply chain, with the main goals of this is make a sustainably made on goods or services supply in any country. My question is, what do you think about this problem? Now, if we let's see for United States America released that they have been on recession in July, what is as your supply chain will doing? Thanks.
Okay, it's very good questions. Well, it's a lot context in terms of this is the question about global trade operation question, the impacting on the outbreak, the war and the recession, the global recession. Now, as myself as supply chain professional and supply chain scholars, I strongly encourage to avoid, to have that particular issue in global recession. One particular thing is how we can reduce costs and what we call in Bahasa Indonesia, hemat sebaik mungkin, right? So that is something we call cost saving, right? That is very, very important in terms of the lean paradigm. Toyota production system introduced lean, which means that we're trying to reduce any waste. Waste in terms of inventory, waste in terms of the time because the bottleneck or disruption, waste because of the product rejected or product defective, for example, even cost, that is what we can introduce the lean principle. It's a must basically for any businesses. Number two, for the supply chain itself, we work together in terms of collaboration initiative. Supply chains cannot work by itself, cannot stand alone. Basically, now in the next 2 weeks time, we organizing, Charter Institute Logistic Transport Conference in Perth. We're hosting it. We have a 200 countries delegation coming to Western Australia from 23rd to 26th of October. So the Charter Institute Logistic Transport, we have one of particular session in terms of global logistics, facing on the global recession. That's a very, very good from the government initiative come along, and industry or, the third-party logistic multinational corporation can come along. And this is something what we can, propose and what we can do. Now, that collaboration is very important. It means that we need to work very closely, your third-party logistic provider, how we work together, in terms of to manage and solve the problems there, to mitigate the risks and uncertainties there. And that's number two. And number three, you're working very closely with the marketing or sales department, because those particular, they're working very hard, I can tell you, especially until in the next 2 or 3 years. Because what happened in the last 2 years in COVID-19, so many sales and, declining and becomes negative, right? In terms of their cash flow. But now for the sales marketing, they need to work hard. And that's one thing you have to think about, that innovative thinking in terms of innovation, the product innovation. Whatever you want to just be champion in terms of your business, you have to think about it, a product innovation or service innovation. You can't simply sell the same thing, say for example, but you have to think about it. That's why I mentioned you have to assess the realistic final consumers, what particular they want in terms of in the next 12 to 24 months. Then you need to relook at your production planning. How long does it take before the product launching to the market, and make sure the customer really wants that actually in the right time, in the right customer, in terms of in the right place. That's something you have to think about it in terms of 7R in the supply chain principles, right? So that is a downstream, is a customer, oriented strategy. You have to think about it in terms of how we face that global recession, in your own house, for example. And then, of course, the next is we need to listen carefully with the government, and whether or not government, some particular countries actually supporting small businesses. Like in Australia, the government support small businesses, small business owners. The government introduced innovation boosters grant, which means they provide up to 40,000 Australian dollars for the small businesses, whether the startup businesses, whether they can just promote their business in the next 12 or 24 months, right? That is the government support. So something we need to think about it. And of course, if that's an opportunity, you have to take it, right? And think about it, what you're going to do, right? So that's something you have to understand, what particular, of course, you have to sit down with the business, board directors, this is something, is a serious matter. It's not like, you cannot solve in a day, but you have to think about it in terms of the medium into longer term, which is the strategic supply chain is right? Make sure if you're not having strategy supply chain right, it's very dangerous in 2025 to 2026. It's gonna be problem. It's just a lot difficult. We are in the recovery stage, just remember. So recovery state is not something, okay, you're trying to spend and invest as much as you can. No, it's the wrong message. Recovery stage, you just get used to it first in the new normal. Get used to it first in the post-COVID-19. Okay, so just think about it, and you have to just be active and proactive. You can't simply lie silent, just open the shop, and nothing, and you can never look at what best practices. You have to think about it, supply chain benchmarking, what best practices, what's up there, like your neighbor, like Malaysia, Singapore. You have to see what particular good and the business growth actually in those countries. And then thinking and look at yourself, whether or not you can just, introduce is better than them. You have to think about it, supply chains benchmarking or best practices as something you can just do that. So that's something I just give you tips, even though there's so many, I'm more than happy to write, good actually for the industry magazines, for that. So hopefully I answer your questions.
That was very interesting, Dr. Chi. Thank you so much.
You're
Now
welcome.
let's continue with the second question. We have one here on the chat box from Professor Jarul Aji. It's regarding your suggestions in the best practice to overcome problem in the lack of digital development from the small medium enterprises.
Yeah, so as we understand, SME is growing rapidly, and it's tend to be the next economics motor in the future. Yes, of course, because micro, small, medium enterprises. Do you have any suggestion what is the best practice to SME in order to accommodate the technology like in the sector to digitalize work? Well, it's a very, very good research question. For the startup, small, medium enterprises, I think what I just mentioned in several tips and strategy and advice for the business owners, it's not something like all small, medium enterprise, they have to do the whole thing, right? So, that in the methodology research, you can do multi-criteria decision making. You can do in terms of top 3 priorities, what particular the urgent needs you have to do. But in terms of strategy supply chain, when we learn about strategic management, there are 3 time horizon: the short term, medium, and longer term, right? So same thing with the small, medium enterprises. If you look at the short term, thinking about it, what short term, and I don't think so. Technology is definitely you have to do in the short term, right? It definitely is they have to think about it for the medium to longer term, maybe in the next 2-3 years. And what I suggest for the technology advancement is definitely you have to think it's from 2024 beyond, right? But again, please look at any impacting on Industry 4.0 for small, medium enterprises. Industry 4.0 evolution, the converging technologies. So, yeah. So, and then the number 2, you have to do feasibility study before you do anything. Feasibility study is very important. You need to do cost benefit analysis when you invest that technology, you know, thinking about what is the return on investment, thinking about your that costing, the initial cost there. You know, if you have to think about it, your supply chain trading partners in your SMEs, because what happened, your suppliers, they look more traditional instead of technological oriented approach. So maybe problem. So it's something very important you have to attend in the association general meetings, you know, to look at what is SME association, whether or not they doing implementation. Then you can just, you know, learn from them. Maybe they just, you know, have a failure when they implement technology in the COVID-19, during COVID-19, and they lost so much money, right? And it's so difficult because when you jump in, you know, in the wrong side of the technology implementation, you purchase the technology and suddenly, you know, you have to think about it, your workers not capable at all to implement that technology, software, the solution, etc. And it's going to be problem, right? It's a problem. So this is what we talk about technological readiness, right? In a business, you have to think about it. So I have my paper with my doctoral student, I think, Pak Darius, that one is actually topic about ICT, right? One element is a technological readiness, right? So that paper also published in Q1, same. So whatever student or scholar want to work with me, please, we work in a Q1, Q2. If you want to publish Q4 or non-rank, is the unfortunately, you know, I can't write with that because minimum Q2, right? So any questions, maybe Pak Zalo? So hopefully I answer your questions. It's very good question, Pak Zalo. So this is going to be good for your thesis, maybe, you know, and we can think about it, what theories there, and then maybe Pak Bayu can help for this. Pak Bayu is experienced from Solo, you know, and we can have a chat. We make sure we produce paper, yes, Pak Zalu and Pak Bayu. Any questions?
Well, I guess that's it, Professor G. And I guess that's the last question of the day because unfortunately we have limited time. But before the session ends, please allow me to read the wrap up. I noted down here some important information from the presentation that for post-COVID era, there should be a different approach to supply chain management preparation, including redefining structure, building accountability, digital growth, and assessing customer demand. And also, there are also vast opportunity in the future research in supply chain management, especially when it comes to the post-pandemic business environments. Do you have any last words before I close the session?
Yes, sure. Thank you so much, Ibu Moderator. So maybe the final message is to all scholars who participants attending this conference, or maybe for the government or Indonesia businesses, what I may suggest to you in the new normal or in the post-COVID-19. So we are more focusing more, number one is focus, right? And number two, seeking opportunities, of course. And number three, thinking about growing, okay? So because a recovery state is not like forever, okay? So recovery, according to research, when they're doing modeling, in the supply chain modeling, it should be between 6 and 12 months. If you do supply chain recovery more than 12 months, it's so long, we just miss the train, which means that so many opportunities out there and you just focus on your recovery, then you miss the train. So number 4 is all the students, can I please suggest to you all the best to you, and please complete your study on time and upskilling, reskilling. And one thing actually is work ready. Work ready means like once you graduate, thinking about the jobs there. You don't want to just finish your degree, nothing to do, and sleeping, more sleeping or whatever, but you need to start finding a good job suitable about your capability or your disciplines. And can I please say to you all the best to you and good luck with your study, and please keep in touch. And I would like to say thank you so much to invite me as a speaker. I would love to visit Indonesia one day, especially in Java, like Tidar University, especially in Solo, right? And yes, so hopefully next year, so hopefully I can visit Indonesia. Thank you so much. I just would like to go back to the moderator. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We also like to see you in person soon. So now please give applause to our speaker, Associate Professor Ferry G. I would like to give the deepest appreciation to our honorable guest speaker, Professor Ferry G, and also thanks to all of you, the participants who join us here on site and virtually for participating in the interesting discussion. I'm looking forward to meeting you again. I hope you are staying safe and healthy. Enjoy your weekend ahead. And now I'm going to give back the screen to the MC.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a meaningful presentation. Thank you, Ibu Karisma, and absolutely Associate Prof. Ferry G, Doctor of Philosophy, or Mr. G, for bringing us the very productive session for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next session, we are now going to listen to the fourth speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Chatri Vaikhamta. And this session will be moderated by Ibu Ismun Nisa Natifah, Master of Arts. So please, Ibu Ismun Nisa, you may come to the moderator seat. Short brief. Ibu Ismun Nisa Natifah, Master of Arts, is a lecturer in Science Education Program, Faculty of Teacher Training, Universitas Tidar, and she has her Master of Arts from Institute of Education, University College in London. So, without doing any further, Ibu Ismun Nisa Natifah, Master of Arts, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, the MC. Good morning to everyone. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ismunisa Nadifa, or you can call me Nisa for short. I'm a lecturer in the Science Education Program, Universitas Tidar, and it is my honor today to serve as your moderator for this session focused on STEM education. First of all, I'd like to convey a warm welcome to our honored speaker, Dr. Chatri Vaikhamta, who has joined us from Bangkok. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, everyone.
And also welcome to all the participants and both on the on-site and online attendees. We're glad that you've come to join us today for the fourth session of Tidar International Conference on Education, Social Science and Humanities, or TICASH 2022. Before we begin, just a few housekeeping notes to keep in mind. Dr. Vaikhamta will have 30 minutes for his presentation, and after that, we will have a designated Q&A session for about 15 minutes. So I encourage you to engage with our speaker here and share your thoughts and curious mind with all of us. If you have any questions, please raise your hand, and once I call on you, introduce yourself, followed by your questions. For those attending online, same as before, you can either type your question on the chat room or raise a virtual hand. To raise a virtual hand, again, I remind you by clicking the reaction icon on the bottom of your screen, then click raise hand to raise your hand virtually. Now let's move back to the session. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Chatri Vaikhamta. Dr. Chatri currently serves as Associate Professor at Faculty of Education, Kasetsart University, Thailand, He gives full range of courses, both graduate and undergraduate, such as chemistry method, research design in science education, and science teacher professional development, and many others. His research area focus on STEM education, pedagogical content knowledge, and action research. He has given several invited and plenary talks at workshop and international conferences. And our speaker today is an outstanding individual with several important recognition on his research career, such as KU Young Research Star by Caltech University. And Dr. Fahihanta currently leading research at developing PCK-based professional development for teachers and their supervisors, and has involved in many collaborative research in many countries such as Canada, Japan, Korea, Spain, and the UK. Right, so Dr. Chatri will deliver to us a study about STEM education, one of his main research focus. It is a very interesting and relevant subject for 21st century education goal, because it is so powerful that it has been hailed as an approach that even can empowering nations to move forward. Like the previous session that they talked about supply chain and how it become a hurdle during the COVID-19. But as we know, some technological based company like Amazon has been able to resolve that matter quickly because of their technological advancement. This is a real world situation in which we can use as an example of how technology integrated by science can be used as approach to our STEM education. So the students will be enabled to use their knowledge to solve problem in the real world situations. So ladies and gentlemen, I know that you have been waiting for this outstanding speaker. So without further ado, let me invite our speaker, Dr. Chatri Fahihanta, into the floor. Dr. Chatri, the Zoom floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation and introduction. First of all, I would like to thank all committee for your kind invitation. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to present my experience and research I have done about STEM education. And today is one of my, big project on STEM BCG. It is an alternative approach. So we are going to look at what is it, why we have to have like STEM BCG, and how can this approach can bring students to be a good citizen. Actually, my talk, I be with my student Napat Sukna Rusetakun, but today he is not with us. Okay. And during my presentation, if all participants have questions or, some points that you want to raise, please feel free and you can raise your hand at all time. First, I would like to introduce STEM education in Thailand. I think STEM is everywhere, STEM in many countries, but in Thailand, STEM is an approach that integrates science, engineering, mathematics, and technology, but we focus on solving problems, and I think everyone knows it, including development of new processes or products that benefits human life and work. So this is a keyword, human life and work. And the next question is, how should we prepare our students to become well-educated citizens for a well-being country? We would like our country to be well-being, like wealthy, healthy, not just like, have a money or have a good, economy, but we have to live with, peaceful, something like that. So we call well-being country. So we align with the SDG goals. As you know, there are 17 goals, and there are lots of goals. So when we do STEM education in our country, we look at these goals, and we believe that this goal will bring our country to well-being country. And what we found, Thailand ranks 40th out of 162 countries survey on development progress related to the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, moving out 19 places for the last year. But we have to consider our STEM teaching strategies or STEM education. Do existing STEM teaching strategies bring students to the goals? Should we revise or reconsider our STEM activities or not? So what we found, so could you please look at the left-hand side, this activity? What are missing perspectives of STEM approach on the left-hand side? What we found, many teachers in our country or other countries, usually they do these hands-on activities, ask students to, use Lego or, blocks and bricks and connect each other, something like that. What are missing? What are missing is, this is STEM activity, but, okay, sorry. And this is another activities. We run this activity 2 or 3 years ago or 5 years ago for students. Students love it. They do hands-on activity. They solve the problems. They develop their creative thinking, critical thinking, all the things. And this one also, this is an example. This is biomimicry STEM. This is one of my project with my students. We try to develop students' collaborative problem-solving skills or CPS using biomimicry STEM approach. And I believe that a biology teacher may love it, biomimicry STEM. But what we found, most of the some activities lack of authentic context. So this is the very important issue. If we look at STEM in the past, sometimes STEM is like just hands-on activities, give the student tasks and solve the problems. On the left-hand side, I believe that STEM is just in the classroom, or we move STEM in a context, we bring the context in the STEM activity, or STEM with E is environment. So this is the STEM. So right now, I believe that STEM should be more than just in a classroom, not just in a context, but should relate to environment and also related to the culture. For the right-hand side, I believe that STEM plus what? Guess what? I would encourage all participants here to think about what is in 5 years or 10 years, next 10 years, what is STEM look like? For me, STEM should relate to environment, should relate to also culture and in context. So if we look back to the literature, there are lots of, the literature tell us about STEM related to SSI, socio-scientific issue. And one of my projects is also related to STEM SSI. My PhD and my master degree students, they are developing STEM SSI. And as you know, that socio-scientific issue has been studied for many years ago. For 2 decades or 3 decades. This is example for the first one. And if you look at more on the second and the third reference or the study, we can find out that there are more and more people looking at STEM SSI. For example, Dr. Bever, he studied about teaching socio-scientific issues through integrated STEM education and effective practical environment from Indonesian science lessons. You can look at this paper from International Journal of Science Education and others. And yeah, so STEM BCG is underpinned by SSI issue and this idea. And many scholars also use SSI to connect with risk analysis. I will tell you later how can SSI relate to risk analysis or related to engineering design process. And back to our country, right now, when we're talking about STEM, many teachers are encouraged to think about the policy. I mean, Thailand policy or strategy is national strategy. If you look at this slide, the strategy that we use right now is BCG. This is very interesting, I mean, framework. B is bioeconomy, C is circular economy, and G is green economy. So what is it? We use this framework to help our country to build well-being of Thailand people and society. We want to, I mean, increase the economic growth, income, and distribution. We want to develop our human capital and also social equality and equity. This is the important things, because in the past, when we use them, we just do like help students to be a creative thinker or a critical thinker, but not many teachers focus on social equality and equity. This is the main point also. And also sustainability and government efficiency. So what is it? BCG model is the model that we look at our land and see what we have. And then we try to, I mean, bring science and technology to make things valuable. I mean, bring what we have. For example, in our countries, there are many, I mean, diversity. We have many fruits, fish, and many minerals and trees and so other things. So how can we make it very valuable? And it can bring us to well-being country, wealthy and healthy. So how can STEM is a vehicle in the school to help students bring this idea to our class, to their classroom. So if you look at this slide, look at the B first. By our economy is substituting lithosphere inputs like fossil with biosphere inputs. For example, living biomass, we have a lot of living things and things like that. In academic activities, improve social conditions through job creation and regional development. Back to the C is circular economy, reducing of inputs and outputs in production consumption system by retaining materials in energy flows with high value functionality levels for as long as possible. For example, improving social condition through job creation and regional development. And green, as you know, greens, we try to reduce carbon dioxide, for example, or fossil energy, something like that is green. So that idea help us like a country to live peacefully, and we're going to, I mean, increase the economic growth at the same time. As you know, it's in time here, but just would like to show you that there are a lot of diversity in our country. So look at what we have first, and look at the durian and Z and mushroom, other things. So what is the role of STEM? I would like to give you an example that I project with scientists at the Faculty of Science. We go to which is the Bangkok, it's in the center of Thailand. And here is a very special area because land and sea means there are some diversity. We found that there is a black soil fly here. When this fly, it eggs, and then there are worms. These worms can, I mean, digest the organic waste very fast. Okay, look at this. And also when we use this worm to feed chicken, it becomes bigger and bigger, and we get very good and high quality eggs. Yolk is very high, I mean, quality. And also when we dry this worm, it have a very high protein. So look at these properties of what we have and how can we enhance students to learn. So these this issue as the theme learn as STEM, ambassador. So try to do experiment to find out which food to fry, and they look at life cycle of the fry, and then they feed the chicken, dry it, and they can get the high protein powder, something like that, and connect to a company, something like that. And these students also work with the villagers in the community. So we out of from the community, they work with the community. So this is the example of STEM with the authentic context, STEM with the community, and STEM with the BCG ideas, bring something that we have more valuable, things like that. This is another example. It's like smart farming. We try to develop, the technology, use it in the farm or something. So the idea is to use digital ideas and to help the farmer to do their farming, things like that. Okay, here back to what is STEM? Actually, what is STEM BCG? STEM BCG is the ideas that we bring into the classroom. Actually, actually BCG is national strategy, not just in the basic education, but in the industry or private sector or other things. But my role as teacher educator, we bring this idea back to the basic education, and we try to use this idea to develop student competency. Right now, Thailand moved the curriculum from standard-based curriculum to competency-based curriculum. Competency means action. Students to do the action, to do things, using that knowledge, skills, and attitude and mindset, not just, learn content or concept. So we want students to be actor, but not just the third one. If you look at STEM, most of the papers, maybe they developed students' ability in problem solving, or develop them to become problem solver, develop the innovation or solution. But for us, it's not enough. They should be community developer, make the community happy, and have they are the key person in that with community. So how can we engage them to be like that? And also the first one, so not just problem solver, not just community developer, but they should become a businessman, or they have to have a business perspective. They have to think about customer pain and gain and profit on the things. So this is the new ideas of STEM BCG, in STEM BCG that we're working on. And here is a model that I developed after I implement the activity with teacher and students. What we have done right now, you can do synthesize and proposing the conceptual framework for STEM BCG education, create STEM BCG learning activities, sharing STEM BCG education for Indonesia of Thailand that I work with MOE and also in NASDA in Thailand, try to work with scientists and all companies to, and also trying out STEM learning activities. We prepare in-service and pre-service across the region. We have the workshop and also organize workshop. And look at the right-hand side that we developed. You can look at what is STEM BCG. So we on the bottom, at the bottom, you can see we use the authentic context, which should be local wisdom, which should be the local context, bring local wisdom in the context as an issue. And also, the culture is very important one, and local wisdom is important one. It should be, the ideas. So if you look at my first or second slide, student may activity blogs and things like that. It's lack of the context of culture. So revisit it again, bring authentic content, but it should be BCG. BCG, so just look at their culture and look at what they have in the countries. So for example, in Indonesia, I guess that you have a lot of, fish, right? Or, oyster or something. How can you make it more valuable? We can sell it, you can export it, and how can we bring it, something like that. Or you have banana, a lot of banana that people, the cost is very, for example, the price is not high. So how can we make more good quality banana and increase the price, something like that. This is the idea that we can bring it into the classroom and to create innovation. But STEM BCG should have 5 or 4 key features. This is the most important for me, because when we bring STEM into classrooms, some teachers, they lack of these features. The first one, it should be real world. It should be integration and inquiry. And also the third one is inquiry. Students should engage inquiry process during their, during creating innovation, not just merely do hands-on or do, design, just build something, but not inquiry process. And also engineering design process is also important. So this is our team. I will skip this, and the competency that we use is here. And as you know, that is a framework from the, OECD, and action, competency has a root from knowledge, skills, attitudes, and mindsets. We try to develop students to become a good citizen, look at the characters and creativity standards below. Here is our goals also. And we want them to become a change agent. And also, I'm going to briefly talk about the examples of STEM BCG learning activity in the classroom to be more explicit. And for the paper or research, I will give you later. I'm not talking much about research, but more on activity, because research you can, go Google and you can search and look at my paper later on. And on the left-hand side, this is a model. For me, this is a trick, like this is techniques. When we engage students with themes or issues or SSI issue, there are some difficulties as teachers and students could not think of the issue. So we have 4 themes for teachers and students to consider. The first one is maybe agriculture and food, but actually it's not just agriculture and food. It can be wellness and medicine. For example, like herbs. So in Thailand, we have many, herbs, or trees. We can bring some chemicals and extract some chemicals and get students to make herbs or something and heal, people, something like that. Or even we can bring some, oyster or something that have a good chemicals to be a medicine, something like that. Look at that one. And also energy and materials, and also even the tourism and creative economy. I have the example on the last theme. Tourism and creativity economy. So look at next one. How can we design? So we start with the theme and context first, and help. And teachers should look at BCG. So for example, when they bring like soldier fly, something like that, teacher have to think, what is the properties of that fly, and how can we put it in B, like a bioeconomy? And when students do the activity, they should be green, no chemicals or carbon dioxide release to the atmosphere, something like that. And we have to save energy and material, so it's C, something like that. So like it's more environmental friendly, thing like that. And this is the issue first, like Also, the issue should be related to BCG, and then teacher can have the many strategy, like they have alternative ways to conduct the activities. They may use 5V model. They can use engineering design process or design thinking, but they have to look at learning outcome. And as I mentioned, learning outcome not just students' creative thinking or higher order thinking, but also business perspective and also being a good person for their community, like the community developer. That's a key point. That's different from, the existing STEM. And this is another model. This is the model for the teacher in the classroom. So you can see this model can help teacher can design the activities. We can start with authentic context local wisdom. So teacher look at the local wisdom or a context around them, around the school, around the province, things like that. And then bring it to be the STEM solution, define learning objectives, and learning objectives should be competencies, not just the knowledge only, things like that. And this example that we use design thinking, and the process is design thinking, and we also consider assessment. Look at in detail. For designing BCG teaching approach is not merely design, but the situation should be BCG and also constraint and criteria. As you know, for engineering, the nature of engineer, we look at constraint and criteria. Teachers and students should understand what is constraint and criteria. And constraint and criteria should related to BCG. I will give you more example. Learning objectives, STEM BCG activities, and also learning assessment. So assessment should fit to the learning outcome and also constraint and criteria. So, okay, I'm not sure how much I have left, but yeah, I try.
It's still about 6 minutes.
6 minutes. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So I will give you example, and then I will give back to the floor. If you have a question, please feel free. Okay. Here, the key ideas of the choosing situation, I also mentioned. I can give you example like this. Back to, authentic. Is this authentic? Is this related? Bring to innovation. Innovation is the key. So, for example, this is the, real life problem situation, making high quality sale. So, for example, the teacher in the northeast of Thailand, they can see, okay, we have many, so this is a traditional and culture, but people still do on the left-hand side, they very do culture, and how can we help to make a high quality seal, have the very, the dyes, long lasting, and the seal is very strong, something like that. But students can learn life cycle, they can learn biology, do inquiry, all the things, growing mulberry tree, do dying seal, things like that. Chemistry is here, biology is here, engineering is here, mathematics is here, all the things, something like that. And also, as I mentioned, not just do the activity in the classroom, and they should bring back and communicate to the community. And sometimes the elder or the villagers also learn from them and cooperate each other, things like that, and make the community be sustainable. Students should not go, when they graduate they don't need to go to Bangkok at the city center to find a job, but they can stay there. And this idea can fill the gap of, the socio-economic status gap, something like that, or equity gap. So we want to reduce that, and people can be healthy and wealthy at their place. Okay, when we want students to engage, activities, we usually ask problems or impact on local community. They consider the issue. They should consider, does it impact on the local community? if they look at the, dye, silk, making silk, if they're going to develop this or making banana very good price, good quality, when you do and create things, does it good impact to local community? But they have to look at needs of people in community. Sometimes they have to look at needs, and they can do like a mathematic or survey or inquiry, like do they survey of the community and also the customers, other customers out of their villages also. They look at the natural resources that they really have in the community, and they can look at the examples of innovation. And sometimes students should do the literature review to understand. For example, if we bring just like banana, some students, they get constrained. What should they do next? But if they have look at the literature and they see, okay, what are the chemicals in the banana and what are the good properties? How can they bring and extract it and become a medicine or something? So scientific articles or scientific knowledge is also important. And we encourage students to read and do the literature. And also the constraint and criteria. Because when you do STEM is not just merely do things or create things. That should be inquiry. When we put the constraint and criteria, students should do inquiry, STEM integration, BCG, and engineering design. I can show you here. Okay. I can show you here. This is example because I have just only actually 1 minute left. This is example. We use the theme of tourism and creative academic for sustainable tourism. We engage teacher and student with the activities to, do the natural Thai dye clothes. In Thai, we call Tiao Yom Zai. It's like, for example, in the village, remote area, right? Like that. And we know that many tourism look at the left-hand side on the bottom, at the corner, and the trends of tourists each year is decrease. But income of the village is become very low. So how can they solve the problem? And so students have to define real world problem in that context. And they can see tourist members continuously decrease. Cotton t-shirt failed to meet the specification by more than 50%, something like that. So this is in the north of Thailand. So they analyze needs, problems by themselves, something like that. And they may brainstorm and, okay, how can they solve? They may create a natural dyed clothes, something like that. But in the market, there are lots of the same style. It's not interesting because maybe tourists are not interested in how can they solve the problem. And they have to make a decision that the style or the texture or something that when they bring the BCG into the, solve the problem, they have to look at BCG because it should be green, no chemicals. So because tourists may love the culture, if we put some materials or chemicals from the herbs or some trees in the village, maybe it's make more, the price more higher because there is a history of that t-shirt, things like that. This is a strategy. So look at B first, increasing high value and the most benefit use of vest cotton. They may use the cotton, vest cotton, and natural resources from a village. And for the right-hand side, regenerate or reuse and reduce waste cotton to maximize the value of limited resources. And also the resilience of the processed products usage along with the product, all the life cycle. And green reduce chemicals, low carbon, preventing the loss of biodiversity and environmental failure, things like that. And then they use natural products, great. And interestingly, I think this is the most important. When activities, teachers should encourage to design or write their learning objectives. If you can look at this, example here, you can look at the core competency. We want students also get the concept, understand the concept. Okay, here is a blue sheet, and also it should be STEM. You like under criteria of the STEM. There are many criteria when they design t-shirts, things like that, and also be plans to maximize benefits. So this is the things that are technique that we train the teacher. How can they, write and set the learning objects or learning goals? If they are clear on learning objective, when they access, they can do it easily. And also when they design activity, they can do it easily. So learning objectives, that what did we found? It's the key idea also. And here also, because the time limited, I will quickly talk about this here. Students understand the failures and change them to new learning through designing the blah, 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 and prototypes. This is STEM, the red is STEM. This is, and on the blue shade is core competency. As I mentioned, students not just be a thinker, but they should be a good person. So self-management, that their feeling, their mindset should be developed along with STEM activities. That's why we choose, many competency and integrated in STEM activities. And also BCG, of course, local resources, bring it from local resources by being environmentally aware during all. That's last but not least. Actually, I have 10 or 20 more slides, but yeah, I'm so sorry. And here is the example and the process that we use and help teacher to understand STEM BCG. This is the picture of the workshop that we conduct. Okay, here, and yeah, or even or even design the needs of customer needs. We should mathematical ideas or perspective, mathematical thinking to make a decision, to find out the best solution. So things like that, not just design quickly and the things like that. So what we believe here, yeah, you can see pattern, numbers, color, how can we make decision? How many patterns, how many number, and what is function of the t-shirt, things like that, mathematical things, and yeah. Okay, I will stop this presentation here, and I think it's time for Q&A. I have, more slides, and I think I can give you, example during the Q&A. Is that okay, the moderator?
Most welcome, Dr. Chatri. All right, thank you very much, Doctor. That was a very comprehensive and inspiring educational approach that we have currently. We note down some interesting information here about STEM BCG, and let me run down a little bit. How STEM BCG are going through currently STEM to bring into the context and into the classroom. So it goes from the social scientific issues and bring it into the bioeconomy, circular economy, and green economy, and how this goal is to reach the national development. So this will we will bring it to teach students, bring it into the classroom and teach them how to bring value into their thinking. So the BCG economy model, student first think about what around them, the context of where they're living, what's the potential that they can find around them. And the teacher facilitated this to bring it into the classroom. by preparing students to think, to prepare them to think not only as a problem solver, but also from the perspective of a businessman and a perspective as a community developer. And we hope that framework of the STEM BCG will include in this culture, local wisdom, and authentic context to the classroom. So that's how I received so far. So maybe if the audience here still have something in mind they want to share it with us, I will start with 3 questions first. From the audiences, both on the on-site, on the online. Maybe somebody care to share that thought with us here? All right, we have one. Please introduce yourself first and then follow by your question.
Okay, thank you. My name is Siti Rokita and I studied in 3rd semester Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia in Tidar University. So, we can say that the studying of STEM is the answer of the educational skills in 21st century. But therefore, the ultimate goal of TAI education is to improve the skill of the education that it makes the youth to keep approach of changing and then searching for the knowledge with the problem solving and then also with the collaboration and the creativity. And you also show that designing STEM PCG teaching to develop student competency is including situation, like the 5 points in the constraints and criteria, learning objective, STEM PCG activities, and learning assessment. So I read an article that is state because in the past, people learning.
I'm very sorry to cut it here. Can we go directly to the question because of the time constraint, please? I'm so sorry.
My question is, does the application of STEM learning in Thailand emphasize certain aspects? And I need you to give like some opinion. Is that what do you think if in Thailand with the STEM and Indonesia, if they're compared, do you think that there's things in Indonesia that really need to be considered in case of human resources if we implementing in STEM learning? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting, question. I like this question because each country they have their own policy or they have the difference, and culture and context. That's what I believe. We are in the Asian country. We are very close to each other, and in Indonesia, I believe that you have many diversity, and a lot of things, plants, sea around, and you have many islands. And I think there are lots of things there. If you can bring it into, bring STEM BCG into the classroom, is one of, it's optional, it's alternative way. As I mentioned, it's alternative. Actually, you can do STEM in any area, in any aspect. But STEM is one of the options that teacher can choose. And I believe that I have two doctoral student who already graduated this year from Indonesia under my supervision. And one is Mr. Sagi and one is Mr. Gali. He also do the STEM SSI, and he always told me that, okay, there are lots of local wisdom in Indonesia and also natural resources. And I believe that you can bring STEM BCG back to the classroom. Thank you so much.
I think that you also asked about how does STEM being played out compared between Thailand and Indonesia. Is that one of your questions? Yes, Doctor. So she also asking about how STEM approach being played out between Thailand and Indonesia.
Actually, it's a very difficult question for this one. but I cannot say there are many aspects. And what I suggest you to look at is you may search, because I done the research comparing science curriculum, maybe related to STEM also, science curriculum between Thailand and Indonesia. You may Google and my last name or something, and like comparison STEM or curriculum. I cannot answer correctly, but what I know is like the context is similar. The goal should be we can have common goals, but what I cannot know what's the implementation of STEM, how teacher implements STEM in Indonesia. I'm not sure you use the 5E or you don't have any strategy, but it's general, something like that. Is it interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary? I think it depends. Even in Thailand, it's various. We don't have the fixed methods for teachers. We don't say, okay, here, the teacher should follow 5E, STEM BCG, or biomimicry. We have a lot, something like that. But teacher can choose any that fit to that context. That what I suggested. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chatri. We still have around 5 minutes here for another questions. So maybe somebody else want to share their minds or curiosity here?
Yes, please feel free to ask.
Maybe somebody from the online care to share their minds? All right, if nobody, maybe I have some curiosity in my mind, actually, Dr. Chatri.
Hello, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay. Well, Dr. Vaikanta, thank you for your interest to joining our conference. I simply interested in your explanation, actually, and I have noted some points from your presentation, especially on the theme of zero waste. Well, my question is, when you people implementing the STEM, right? Didn't you face the trial and error process? Okay. Now, my question is, when you are facing a trial and error process, didn't you produce a waste? Okay. In my mind, we must have what we call producing a waste while we are doing a trial and error process in doing that cycle in STEM, right? And my question in didn't you produce a waste, and where did that waste gone?
Okay.
That's my simple question, actually. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is very interesting. And we also face that difficulties and problems and a big concern about, zero waste. Okay, my perspective, first idea is like, so it's not just BCG, even STEM should not be try and error, because engineering design, they should design effectively, have the very good plan. So when they do design or try it out or create a prototype, they have to have the scientific data and then use the scientific data to improve their innovation or their prototype. I think the term try and error is for me is difficulties, something like that. I won't suggest teacher and student use the term try and error, but should be like plan. Okay, and back to BCG. Every time that we use these like the constraint, the goals. Also, like when they students and teachers do activities, we always ask, don't waste in the process. This is one of the criteria that we're going to evaluate. If they do, but they get the very good product, It's green, the product is green. But during the process, there are many ways. That one won't fit the idea. So I can show you this one. You can see actually here, this example, but actually during the process, we also talk about this and always encourage students. For example, we set the specification. Okay, the patterns shows the identity of a village. The color comes from local plants, blah, blah, blah. And the function are more than 3 functions. They increase high value. And the product promotes low carbon, sets zero waste, and is environmentally friendly. And also actually during the process should be one of the specification. So after they finish their, creating innovation or prototype, we're going to look at and consider. So what is there? Do they reach their specification or not? Things like that. So I would suggest put the number 4 as that point as you ask. One of the solution, and I always encourage teachers to do that. I'm not sure, did I answer your question?
You surely did answer the question, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we have come to the end of our time. That was a very delightful and substantial discussion. So I'd like to thanks to Dr. Faihamta and all the participants for the new insight that we have gained during the session. And before ending our sessions, let me wrap up some points of the discussion. So first, which area is most important thing to consider is, STEM can be applied into most area, but mostly we should look into the local wisdom and the local potentials. And how does it play differently between Indonesia and Thailand? I think that we need to look more into the goals of education between in Indonesia and Thailand, how these goals differently, and most importantly, whether it is in line with the SDGs and but Dr. Chati believes that it should not be that different because Indonesia and Thailand have some similarities in terms of region and economic conditions. So yeah, the local potential should almost be the same. We based on the farming economy mostly. So yeah, that should be not be to be different. And the last question is, what about the waste in the trial and error phase of this STEM education? There should not be a waste because in implementing STEM education, we should go through the design thinking process in which we think about all the aspects, think about what method we should use to produce a product that is zero waste. And of course, this product, the end product will, and the process, whether there is a waste or not, is part of the evaluations. So that is the wrap up of our session. We give the deepest appreciation to our respected guest speaker, Dr. Chatri Faihamta, and to our wonderful participants and attendees for your participation. We look forward to see you again, Doctor, and all the participants in the next TIDAR International Conference on Education and Social Science and Humanities next year. Stay safe and have a good weekend ahead. I will hand over the microphone and the Zoom floor back to the MC for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Well, thank you for Associate Professor Dr. Chatri Faihamta for delivering a very valuable presentation, as well as for Ibu Nadifa for bringing us to an excellent session today.
Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, We are arriving to listen to our fifth speakers, Dorothy Ferrari, Doctor of Philosophy. And for this session, it will be moderated by Bonifacius Endogo Permana, Master of Art. Again, please warm welcome to Bapak Indo. Bapak Indo, are you ready? Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, good. I believe this is a critical time for us because we are craving for lunch, right? So, well, as has been mentioned, this would be our final presentation from keynote speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, the final session of keynote speakers and the presenter is Dr. Dorothy Ferrari, PhD. My name is Bonifacius Endogo Perdana, and you know all my name. You can call me Endo. Well, universities in Indonesia are expected to improve their ranking at various world's universities ranking systems. Their success then are measured through several metrics and publication index. However, will such policies lead our universities to be not only just reputable, but also delivering and producing knowledge for our societies? Ladies and gentlemen, here with us, Dr. Dorothy from London. Dr. Dorothy, can you hear me? Are you here with us? So we are waiting for Dr. Dorothy to join the room. Okay. Saya nggak tahu. Mbak bisa terus. Tapi beliau confirm ya? Sudah ada. Minta lagi dulu kita lihat lagi. Okay, okay. So, Test. Okay. I am just informed by the committee that we shall have a break because we are still waiting for Dr. Dorothy to join us. So you can have your short break and I will inform you when we return to the session. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So I believe we can continue our final session as Dr. Dorothy is here with us in the Zoom room. Hello, Dr. Dorothy, can you hear me?
Hello, hi, yes, I can hear you.
All
I'm
right,
not
then.
sure if my camera is working. Okay.
All right. I still cannot see you here because it is only me on the screen.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah. Here you are.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
All
It's
right,
loud and
okay, and you
clear.
can see me as well.
Yeah, sure. All right. So I believe it is still early morning in London, right?
It is still 6 o'clock in the morning. And in fact, I was actually unwell for the last couple of days. So I'm really sorry.
It's fine. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very sad to hear that, but I do believe that you can still deliver your presentation out of a goodwill here today, Miss Dorothy.
I will try. I will try. I think what I'm going to do is actually I would like to have like a discussion, kind of like an engaging session, so that we can think together how to incorporate local wisdoms. So I don't want the knowledge to come only from me. I think it will be great if we will have a discussion sessions.
All right, then before we begin, let me read a brief introduction for the audience here and participants, Dr. Dorothy. Dr. Dorothy, PhD, she is a lecturer at UCL College of Education. Her research interests cover the topic of youth studies, higher education policies. Her most recent publications includes Ki Hajar Dewantara, Philosophy of Education, and Women's Leadership in a Diverse Higher Education Landscape, the case of Indonesia. She has also been working on various education-related projects for Indonesian Embassy in London, Foreign Commonwealth Office also in London, and the British Council Indonesia. Dr. Dorothy has an undergraduate degree from University of Hertfordshire, a postgraduate diploma from London School of Economics and Political Science, and her PhD is obtained at University College London. Her thesis titled The Impact of University on Indonesian Women and Capabilities. So we will discuss a lot about how our universities will not just only reputable by following metrics, publication index in various world ranking systems, right? But how the universities also deliver and producing knowledge for the improvement of society. Well, before we begin, another thing is that I would like to announce this is the final session for today's presentation, and the speakers will present the material for about 30 minutes. After that, the session will be continued with Q&A, question and answers, or discussion for approximately 15 minutes, and will be ended by a conclusion. Well, now I will turn the session over to Ms. Dorothy to begin. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to share my screen. So I only prepare very short PowerPoint slides because, as I mentioned, I think I quite like to have a dialogue instead of me just telling what my thinking is. So the topic of my lecture today, or my talk today, is about the importance of incorporating local wisdom in higher education policies in Indonesia. However, there are a lot of higher education policies in Indonesia, and therefore I won't have the time to look at every single policies. So what I'm going to do is that I'll just give an overview of higher education in Indonesia, because I just want everyone to understand how massive higher education in Indonesia and what we can actually offer to the world, which we haven't done significantly at the moment, but we do have a potential to become a powerhouse for higher education in the world. But as I mentioned, there's so many policies in higher education in Indonesia, but I'm just going to focus on internationalization and publication, because those are the two very hot trend topic on higher education policies. And this is where, in this second section, I would like to have a dialogue. I would like you to share how you know, your experience in your own university, and I would like us to think together, how can we address the issues and how can we incorporate local wisdom in our universities or higher education institutions. And then I will just give briefly some examples of practices at my department at UCL Institute of Education. Now, some of you might know UCL Institute of Education as the world #1 best institution for education according to QS University ranking. However, I personally think that the focus should not be on the university ranking, but I personally think that it's about what kind of research, what kind of teaching, what do the institutions does for helping the local community and regional community, and of course to the extent of international community. But I think the first and foremost, when we look at institution, we really should need you know, to look at whether the university becomes an answer to a local issues. Okay, so let's discuss about that a bit later. So I'll just start with the overview of higher education in Indonesia. The Indonesian higher education system operates on a massive scale. It's huge. When we talk about higher education in Indonesia, we're actually talking about 6 types of higher education institutions. The first one is university. Obviously, it's quite common. We know university. Institute, that's also quite a common types. Polytechnic, there are not many polytechnics in Indonesia as compared to university of institutes. College, or in Bahasa Indonesia, it's sekolah tinggi. Academy, and one type that not many people actually know, we have what we call community academy. So we have different types of higher educations, and I think the most known ones are university, institutes, and colleges. Yeah. But we actually do have different types of higher education, and community academy actually plays an important role as well. So I just want to highlight that, you know, so when we talk about higher education institutions, let's not just think about university. There are other types in Indonesia. Now, when I say that Indonesian higher education system operates in a massive scale, I mean it in terms of both number of institutions and number of students. So based on the data from Badan Pusat Statistik BPS, there are around 3,957 higher education institutions in Indonesia in 2021. So the number might change this year. We might have more or less number, but last year it was almost 4,000 universities. And Indonesia is actually among the world top 10 in terms of number of institutions. Imagine that we are actually in the top 10. We are that huge. We are that big, you know. There are not many other universities in other countries that are as many as Indonesia, you know, so we are huge. And out of these 3,957 higher education institutions, 3,115 are under the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, and they are mostly private universities with 2,990 higher education institutions, and only 125 that are public under the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. So I think this is quite interesting about higher education in Indonesia, is that there are two government bodies that oversees higher education. So one is the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, and then the second one is the Ministry of Religious Affairs. So under the Ministry of Religious Affairs, there are around 842 institutions. I'm really sorry, I haven't got the data, how many of them are private or how many of them are public, but the universities under MORA, Ministry of Religious Affairs, also plays a huge impact in the country. So here I want to distinguish the two ministries, but looking at it maybe from a different perspective, maybe if some of you are from MORA universities later on, you can share your experience and see what's the difference between MORA institutions and Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology institutions. Now, one thing that I want to highlight here is that a lot of the institutions are based in West Java. It has the most number of institutions in Indonesia with 548, followed by East Java with 507 institutions. Now, if we look at the so-called the best or the big ones, university, higher education institutions in Indonesia are very much based on Java. There are some big ones in Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi, and also Papua and other regions, but most of them are concentrated in Java, and this, as a result, it's create inequalities within the country. I also want to mention that we have lots of university students, 7.6 million in 2021, where interestingly 3.2 million are in public and 4.4 million in private. Again, I mentioned that majority of our institutions are private, but in terms of student number, there are not that huge gap between public and private. So that shows how important the private universities, even though in terms of number they're not as many, like 125 under the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, but they do hold a huge number of students. I think the largest university with the student number was UT, Universitas Terbuka, Open University. So I just want to highlight those, the higher education landscape in Indonesia. So now let's come to the session for us to discuss, and feel free to share your experience or your thoughts about it. So, before the discussions, let's talk about the three pillars of higher education. In Indonesia, and I think in other parts of the world as well, we know that the three pillars of higher education are teaching, research, and community service. Now, what I notice is, please correct me if I'm wrong, there are some issues with this where the time spent to do these three pillars of higher education are disproportionate, where academics concentrate heavily on teaching instead of the other two pillars. And also, there are so many administration duties that take away the academics' time from what they're supposed to do, right? And what is even more alarming is that local wisdom are often missing from these pillars. Like, for example, when we are doing teaching, how many of us actually use what local wisdom in our area, in our teaching, or I think many of our modules often use or refer to Western books, Western theories, And like, for example, how many of our modules are using the thoughts of Ki Hajar Dewantara, for example, in our lessons, thinking about the different types of students and how to incorporate local culture, you know, and we might not necessarily think or do things, you know, that incorporate local wisdoms. So, so this is some of my concern, that the fact that we are focusing a lot on teaching, but even with teaching, we don't really bring in our local wisdoms. Just a quick not check, but I just want to know how many of you in the audience who use, if you're in Java, for example, who uses puppet wayang, for example, in your classes, or if you're not from Java, if you're from other areas, how many of you actually use your local arts or your you know, traditional activities, for example, in your classes or in your teaching? Can I just see a raise of hand? How many of you do that? I can't see any hands at all. The question mark is why, right? Why? Okay. And how many of you actually, what do you call that? Use the work of other academics or previous late academics in your teaching? If you're students, how many of your lecturers actually use you know, the works of Indonesian, you know, from your own from your own province, for example? I think if you are based in Java, then most likely, yes, you will see the works of local people in the modules taught in university. But if you are from other areas, for example, Nusa Tenggara or you know, other areas, maybe there are not many works of local people that can be incorporated in the studies. So that's, I think, you know, so we need to change our mindset and say and kind of support each other, you know, and then help each other by developing theories, by further promote the works of our own people, right? So, okay, so let's now come into the discussion. So, oh, I just realized that my time is almost up. So policies on internationalization. The aim is that for more Indonesian universities to be recognized internationally, either through university ranking, partnership, and collaborations. The problem with this is that obviously in some parts of some universities, there's lack of access, funding, skills, and competence, you know, and this, as I mentioned early on, lead to inequality of higher education in Indonesia. I mean, just be, you know, realistically, only a handful of Indonesian higher education institutions can compete in the global competition. And therefore, I was just wondering, like, should we adjust the aim and focus on the local needs instead of trying to be, you know, be in the top 10 or top 100 in the world? I mean, then our mindset is very much on, like, how can I go international? How can, you know, my question is, like, how can you make an impact in international if you have not even made an impact in your local area, right? And I'm talking about Indonesia in general, and understanding the inequality that most big universities are in Java. So those universities can then make an impact in their local community, but how many of those universities actually do that, you know? So what my suggestion would be, what we can do is that to continue developing our local capacities. And when I say local capacities here, I'm talking about the support of doing research, collaborate research, and then further promote those thoughts in the class. And obviously, we need government and industry support funding, and in order to continue collaboration. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do international collaboration. Of course, we should do international collaboration. But when we do international collaboration, the thoughts, the thinking of local Indonesian should be, the voice of local academics should be clearly expressed in this collaboration. The international partners should not be higher than the local, the Indonesian counterparts. Okay, so the emphasis is really to think global, but to act locally by addressing issues in Indonesia. And let's have a look at the policies on publication. So Indonesian academics are expected to publish their research in national and international journals. That's great, you know. But if you look at the almost 4,000 universities in Indonesia, how many of them actually do have the skills to do it? Like to write a proper academic journal, you know, because there are lots of journal written that are, you know, plagiarized, taken from someone else's work, or self-plagiarized, you know, and also leads to rejections. So, my other concern is that we publish for the sake of publication. So when we publish our work, we don't actually think about who will read it. Is it just going to be 1 person, 2 person, 3 person, 100, 1,000, 1,000,000? You know, because if you want to put your publication in international journals, there are many universities in Indonesia who do not have access to those journals. So then who will read your work? You know, so is it really important to publish internationally if no one, or not many people are going to read your journal? Or is it actually more important to put your article in a journal where everyone can have access, everyone can read it, and they can draw some of your thinking and then maybe further develop or do a further research? So which one is better? Do it publish in an international journal where there are not many people have access, there are not many Indonesians have access to it, or publish in a more open journal where everyone can have access to it? And then we should also think about further disseminations, like, okay, so you write this article, but then what else are you going to do? You know, what's next? Are there going to be a research to implement it in the university, or what? You know, so I felt that some publication is, people do it just for the sake of publication, just for the sake that I can put in my CV, or I can, I have one publication, but didn't really think about how can you use your research to improve, going back to the community service, how can your research be used by local communities to address problems in your local communities? And then there's also collaboration for the sake of internationalization. This is what I want to highlight. Was there really a collaboration, a transfer of knowledge? Are they equal standing? Because I felt that when there is a collaboration between Indonesian university and overseas university, sometimes there isn't actually really a real transfer of knowledge, because mostly I felt that the non-Indonesian university will then tell, this is what we're going to do, and then the Indonesian counterpart is the one who do it, but not really conceptualize the research. So therefore, the standing is not equal. So that is kind of like the university abroad is kind of like of higher, and the Indonesian university is just the implementation. And this is something that I've seen in many of collaboration, which I think is wrong. We, Indonesian universities, should have an equal standing. So the thoughts, the thinking, pemikiran, of Indonesian academics should be in the basis, the main framework when we do research, when we do collaborations, okay? So, and also there are lots of academics fell on predatory journals. I think this is because going back that there's a requirement to publish, and then there are still not good skills to publish a journal, and therefore they fell on the predatory journals. And then again, I want to bring in local wisdom. How do we bring local wisdom in our publication, right? So I would encourage us to use the thinking of Indonesian people, Indonesian academics, and develop their work instead of bringing outside concepts and then try to do it in Indonesia. So I'm really sorry, I just realized that my time is up. I would actually like to have a discussion. Maybe we can have a discussion at the Q&A session. But yeah, so I'm just gonna give some example of practices at UCL very quickly, sorry. So at UCL, the admin work for academics is less, it's not many. In fact, we also have 20% of research time. So we don't really, so there is a kind of like a balance between teaching, research time, and we also have time for academic community service. In fact, when we conduct like seminar workshops, often we don't get paid because it's part of our academic research, academic community service. One thing that I really want to highlight is that skill development capacities for junior academics. There are lots of trainings that we, as the junior academics, we get from the university: how to write how to write journal article, how to apply for grants, how to incorporate your own local wisdom in your writings. So if you notice, some of my work, it's all based on Ki Hajar Dewantara, and based on feminists in Indonesia, because we are taught not to forget who we are. We are taught to know who we are, because UCL is such an international institution. Every single staff or academics in UCL and also students are unique, and they are experts in their own way. And therefore we are taught to bring in our local culture, to bring in our local expertise, local knowledge in our writing. So that's why I will continue writing about Indonesian thinkers. I will continue writing about Indonesians' thoughts and practices. So then we can start making a dialogue, an international dialogue about what, about Indonesia. And also model assignments are based on local needs. So in my, so I'm teaching a BA education studies, and some of the modules in my program, the assignments are based on local needs. So one module, social justice in education, the assignment is to go to local schools and help them with their issues. So one project was refugees education, because there are a lot of refugees came to the UK. They don't speak English, but they need to be, they have to go to school because school is compulsory in the country. So then there are schools where they have refugees who don't speak English, So then the assignment is to create a platform or ways to help those refugee students. So we actually send our students to schools and become like a tutor for these refugees, for example. So that kind of assignment, so the assignment is tailored according to the local needs. So, I mean, how many of our universities do that? The student assignment is actually look at the issue around you. What can you do? How can you solve it? We should be more relevant to our surrounding instead of write an essay or write an essay about international think or the trend abroad or international, international issues. Like I said, before we go international, start with local. What can we, students, staff, can do for our local community? How can we incorporate that in our teaching. Then we go a bit bigger to regional, maybe Java, or if you're in Sumatra, then if you're from Sumatra, then Sumatra or Kalimantan. And then we go bigger and bigger. So the first start is not internationally and then go down. No, start locally. University should be the answer, or university should help to address the issues in your local societies. And lastly, international collaborations based on equal practices. And this is, again, what I say, that when you do collaboration with UCL, normally we would want our counterpart. For example, if I do collaboration with Indonesian university, I would want the Indonesian university to also bring in their concepts, their thinking, their own rich experience in the collaboration, the research collaboration. So it's not just me telling my Indonesian counterparts, okay, do A, B, C, D, E, and then report. No. It has to be like, okay, let's think about how do we organize this? What method, what theory, what thinking should we incorporate in this collaboration? And then we can, and then we'll have that equal standing, So I really don't want Indonesia to become like kind of like just look at the university abroad and then, okay, they know best. No. We know best. Indonesians know best about Indonesia. So let us all incorporate that local wisdom in our daily life. If you are a lecturer in your teaching, incorporate that, and bring new theories based on your own local thinking, your discussion and don't rely too much on the way the so-called Western world, international world try to shape your education. I think that's all. I'm really sorry I'm over the time, and I would quite like to have a discussion for the Q&A sessions. Thank you.
All right. Well, that was very comprehensive and compelling presentation from Dr. Dorothy. Your presentation is indeed timely and also important for epistemic communities here in Indonesia, right? Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to have discussion with Dr. Dorothy. I take the first question here from the audience at this auditorium. Please raise your hands. Yes, over there at the back. Please, someone can, yeah. Don't forget to introduce yourself briefly before you ask the question.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, hello, good morning, Mrs. Dorothy in UK time, right? Okay, I'm Muhammad Abdurrahim. I would like to ask you about the CAP online learning. That might not same as your explanation as this conference. Okay, as we know, in the COVID-19 condition, we use full of media online as an educational media. Now we are in new era that sometimes use hybrid media or returns to new normal era. Like on this conference, right? That myself sometimes cannot understand what you're talking about. Or let's we see on elementary until senior high school that's on media online like Zoom, Google Meet, on etc. However, the problem is many students are confused by this change, especially in Indonesia. So what do you think about how the right solution is to overcome the students can learn more comfort, but still understand all the material given by the teachers? Is that like make some policies again? Because I think that the policies cannot implement this situation. For information, Mr. Dorothy, many of honorary teachers in Indonesia is not get their paid before. Or maybe you can spill what's in the UK's education system to solve the problem. Or what is it? Thanks a lot, Mrs. Dorothy.
Thank you for the questions. I think we have one more questions, Dr. Dorothy, before I let you answer the question.
Sorry, is it okay if I answer it quickly, because there are quite a few questions that I'm just afraid
Okay.
that I'll
Okay. Well
forget.
then, yeah.
Okay.
Take your time. Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you. So yeah, absolutely. So with the hybrid event, I think with COVID, one thing that is good out of COVID is that we now get to use hybrid system, right? So this is one thing that I would like to praise the government for, the Campus Merdeka. Where you can actually have someone to come and teach, and that can also be done online. Actually, I wrote it on my PowerPoint slides, which I didn't mention. Oh, I didn't write it here. Okay. So one thing that you can do is to include Indonesian diaspora abroad to come and give online lectures in class. In Bahasa Indonesia. So that's one thing, how you can bring in international knowledge, but at the same time still having that local mindset, local thinking, so that the Indonesian diaspora can then bring in their expertise, but also their knowledge about Indonesia together. So this is when I actually asked the committees, shall I speak in English or shall I speak in Bahasa? Because I think if I speak in Bahasa, everyone will understand me a lot better. But because it is an international conference, then it has to be in English, But, I'm more than happy, and I think, other colleagues of mine who are Indonesians, but based in the UK, they're more than happy to actually give lectures, online lectures in Indonesia, so then you can have that kind of a dialogue with hybrid. So that's one thing that you can do. Another thing that you're saying that it might be difficult to understand. I think English is very important for everyone to learn. So I think English should be compulsory, not just for one term, but there should be like a training of English in every university. In fact, I'm currently actually doing research with British Council about mapping the language centers in Indonesia and how language centers in universities can actually help to support the academic community to improve their English skill. However, I would like to emphasize, please, please, please do not replace your local language with English. Do not replace. It's because I see the trend in youngsters nowadays that if you speak in English, that, oh, you're cool. But if you speak in your local language, then like you are ndeso, or you are like still, yeah. So do not only focus on English. Learn your local language. Obviously, you learn Bahasa Indonesia, and then learn international language like English or Mandarin or whatever language that you want to learn. But for the first and foremost, learn your local language. It really sad to me when so I'm from Riau. In my province, there are not many people can actually read and write in Malay Arabic. Whereas in here in the UK, we have a university called SOAS who actually teach how to read and write in Malay Arabic, which is my native language in Riau, but not many people in Riau actually do it or understand how to write in Arab Melayu, So it's really disheartening to me. But anyway, so I hope that answers your questions.
It's very detailed and okay, yeah, that's very detailed answers indeed, Mrs. Dorothy. Now for another round of questions from the audience here in the auditorium. Anyone? If no, then let me have a look here in the chat room on Zoom. Yes, we have one. I will read it to you, Mrs. Dorothy. Will Indonesia be from Mr. Erika Darmawan? Will Indonesia be able to catch up in the field of education according to results of PISA or TIMSS by relying on the philosophy of Ki Hajar Dewantara, which has the value of local wisdom?
Okay, my answer will be controversies. You can agree with me or disagree with me, it's fine. But I would say do not focus solely or rely mainly on PISA or TIMSS, because there are so many flaws in the test. Okay, so the PISA results, they don't actually test the whole Indonesia. They test several parts of Indonesia. And it's the same with other countries. When we look at PISA in China, because China is actually like quite #1 in a lot of the tests, right? But they actually don't test the whole country. They test big cities like Beijing and Shanghai and the, you know, and obviously, of course, they're going to be the top. So there are lots of flaws in PISA and TIMSS. I would say it's good to know that as a kind of like baseline study, but do not rely on those results alone, because when you quantify someone's capacity in numbers, you know, like for example, oh, your level of mathematics is this much, you know, it take away the essence of what education is. Because education, according to Ki Hajar Dewantara, is how one can be useful to others in their society. And that's why I want to emphasize that universities should help to address issues in their local communities, because if, let's say, you are a top student, you know, if you always get A's for your lessons, right? But you don't actually do anything to help your local community, local society, then what is good to have those kind of students? What kind of good comes from those of, you know, those students, you know? And that's exactly what PISA is doing, right? But this is for primary level, so, you know, not for university level. But, you know, if you are just being analyzed by how well you can read, how well you can calculate, how you know, it kind of like make the meaning of education smaller, because education is not just about reading, writing, calculating. Education is actually to bring benefits, useful, memberikan manfaat to your local society. That is what education is, you know. So personally, if we bring in the Ki Hajar Dewantara values, that we use our local wisdom to help our local society and community, from then on, we can be a society that is, you know, that is a better Indonesia. And I would like to bring in the example of Finland. Finland used to be the top of PISA's ranking before, and they slipped down. They're no longer like the top in the test. But if you look at the interview with the Ministry of Education in Finland, the minister said that it's okay. We don't really have to be the #1 in the test. The most important thing for us is our students learn, our students understand, and our students enjoy being in school, enjoy learning. Those are the most important things. So I think that's a takeaway from us. Like, you know, don't try to bring in international perspective and then, you know, do it in the Indonesian way. So it's just look at a variety thoughts. And I personally think that we should go back to Ki Hajar Dewantara's values, that we should bring in our local, you know, knowledge, local wisdom in our class. If you can bring in the use of local music, local wayang, if you are from Java, or other arts, and you know, in your classes.
Well, that was very excellent points. It is very lively discussion, Dr. Dorothy. However, unfortunately, we are constrained by the time, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have finally come to the end part of the session today. Before I close this session, I would like to invite you again to give very short closing remarks, Dr. Dorothy.
Okay, so my closing remark would be, when we look at Indonesia, Indonesia has a long history of thinkers. Ki Hajar Dewantara is only one thinker. We actually have a lot more if we look at the history of Indonesia. I want you to look at the works of Indonesians in the past, bring those thinking into your class. If you're a lecturer, or if you're a student, if you're writing an assignment, bring those thoughts in your assignments, and try to develop it. Because if it's not us who develop our nation's thinking, who else? No one else. We should bring our own local thinkings, local wisdom into our class, into our daily life, and expand it. And then we bring that into international level. And that's what I'm trying to do with my Ki Hajar Dewantara article. And the book is actually coming up soon, next year. So once I want to introduce about Ki Hajar Dewantara to the world. So the last remark would be, use what's in your local wisdom, and university lecturer or a student should be an answer, should address issues in local community. Bring that knowledge, that local wisdom in your class, in your way of daily life. And then together we will be a better country. Let's not too concerned about what the international trying to impose on us, but let's build our country based on what we have and develop it further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is very call to action message, and we are moved by that, and we're reminded that it is us. The responsibility is on us to develop one nation. Again, thank you, Dr. Dorothy. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all the speakers for today. Professor Victory, Dr. Kadir, Associate Professor Ferry, Associate Professor Chatri, and last but not least, Dr. Dorothy for their insightful and compelling presentations. Also, to all of you who joined the conference through Zoom or here present in this auditorium. Please give applause to all the speakers and for us all here. Well, see you all later, and thank you very much, Dr. Dorothy. And I will give the time back to the MC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for Bapak Endo, and absolutely our informative speakers, Dorothy Ferrari, Doctor of Philosophy, for bringing us to very massive productive session today. That was an informative presentation.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have had productive and inspiring time together. And this event is about to come to the very end. But before that, we have several information from the committee to be announced. First, the deadline of full paper revision must be submitted no later than 29 October 2022. Second, for presenters to get certificate, you must answer questions attached on your video. And third, for offline participants, you can go to the link that will be shared later on to get the certificate. All right, so before we close this event, we would like to invite all the participants and the presenters from the online or in the Zoom to turn on the camera because we will have the photo session together. Okay, so there are several slides here, I think, and we will have the first slide to be taken for the screenshot. Thank you. And next.
Well, before closing this conference, let us to conclude today's activities by leaving a quote from Stewart Brand an author and informative thinker who once said, "We can see the past, but not influence it. We can influence the future, but not see it."
And now, let us all be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout the conference and be able to see and influence for our future.
And now we are really arrived on the closing session. And please accept this verse from us. Kalau ada jarum yang patah, jangan disimpan di dalam peti. Kalau ada silap dan salah, harap sudi maafkan kami. Which really means, please forgive us for our shortcomings. Till we meet again in the next future conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.